and then vice versa. Housing Advisory Board will mostly be discussing, and then we'll prompt HRC for your questions at the end.
Jacques, you're muted.
There you go. I hit it twice. If there are no other questions on the agenda review piece, then we could move on to open comment for public participation. Brenda, if we have anyone.
We do have one person with a hand raised. If others would like to participate in open comment at this time for issues that are not on tonight's agenda, now is the time. You would find the participant icon on your menu, either by scrolling at the bottom of your screen or the top of your screen. Click on participants, and at the bottom of that box will be a button that says raise hand. And that's how you can indicate to us that you would like to participate in open comment tonight. Thank you. All right, so we have Jay, if you're ready with the timer. Jay will be sharing his screen with a 3-minute timer. And I'm just going to give him a moment for that. Also, Marie, if you can send me your last name in the chat box, I can put that on your full name associated with your participation. First, we will have Lynn Siegel, and next we will have Marie. Sorry, that's my son talking about my puppy. All right, we'll be coming to Lynn Siegel first. Lynn, I am asking you to unmute.
I tried to unmute about 10 times and I could have already made my statement by the time you went through all these procedures. And the procedures don't interest me at all. It's not okay about the recording not being applied because of security threats. I don't buy that at all. Let's get over it. We've got a community here that we have to join in times of COVID, when we cannot see or meet each other, and we need to meet this way, in spite of any security issues. I'm sorry. This is our life and our community that needs to be integrated, and it can't, because we can't see each other. It's not okay. I don't want to hear that spoken each time in front of any public meeting. Now, I want to know what you're going to do about direct dialogue with people, because there is not now. There is not. You do not hear the public, you don't listen, and you don't care. For example, the Gallagher Amendment repeal. Anyone have an opinion upon that? I sure do, because I had to go to the first three, the Board of Equalization, each one. Now I have to prepare for the Board of Assessment Appeals, unrepresented, because I can't afford that. To hold up the value of my property as being falsely elevated, which it is. And it was this week at the Planning Board when they approved 3 stories for 1725 and 1727 Pearl. That was a subsidy, a direct subsidy to increase housing costs in Boulder. And then, of course, you people at the HRC and the HAB are working on how you're going to deal with the homeless. You are not working consistently. You're working inefficiently. You're creating expensive housing as fast as you can build it at the Balsam, at Pearl 21, at the Mark, at Bluff Street, at the Diagonal Plaza, at, let's just name them, all over town. Condos that are affordable for the middle. How are the middle going to pay for $400,000 condos with HOA fees? That's not for the middle. This is a bigger splay in what's called the Gini Index. Do all of you know what the Gini Index is? That's called the wealth inequity in our culture. We need to bring that number down to 0 or towards 0 at least. And all Boulder's doing it is kicking it up. And then you're going to complain here for 3 hours, and I'm going to listen about affordable housing, about homeless people, about human relations issues that come from this. This is unacceptable. And there is no hope in any situation in the city of Boulder, the way they've been operating for decades, and they're not listening, and they're not going to do anything different. but I'm sure going to have my say here. You need to clean up your act, Boulder. Done.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. And Brenda, anyone next?
Yep, next we have Marie. Marie, I don't have your last name, but I am going to unmute you. And if you would start by sharing your first and last name, we would appreciate that very much. You should be able to unmute now, Marie. Let's see. Marie, are you able to unmute?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I was trying to respond, but just somehow I couldn't figure it out. My last name is Schaffner, S-C-H-A-F-F, like in Frank, N-E-R. I live in Boulder. I have two questions. One is, what, if any, is the HRC's role in promoting diversity in employment, particularly within the city of Boulder? It's my first
Marie,
question.
one moment. Jay, if you could start the timer, please. Thank you. Sorry about that, Marie. You may begin again.
Should I repeat that? Okay. What, if any, is the Human Relation Commission's role in promoting diversity in employment, and in particular within the city of Boulder? It's my first question. My second question is, I sent letters, one to Lindsay Loberg, as well as the city manager and city council, requesting that personnel data that shows the number of people of color employed within the city of Boulder, in particular, people who hold managerial positions, positions of influence, and then make the information public. And my question is, will this happen? That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marie. Appreciate that.
Sorry about the timer mishap. My apologies. Thank you, Marie. That is all, Jacques.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on now to agenda item 5, addressing homelessness, listening session. And looks like we're doing well on time. So we'll start with Vicki Ebner giving us an overview of the homeless solutions for Boulder County. Thank you, Vicki. Oh, there you are.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
Yep.
Is this the time to respond to the direct questions to us?
I think if you can make it relatively brief, we have time, we could do that for sure.
Cool. Thank
For
you.
Marie, yeah.
And thanks, Marie, for your questions. I believe that is going to happen. I don't know if the city captures all of the data that you've asked for, but I think that the data that the city captures that you've asked for can be made public. And there is also an open data request on the city's website, and I can follow up with you about that. The HRC's role in promoting diversity, I mean, we act as advisory to city council, and there are a few opportunities every year where we have an opportunity to send feedback to city council. One of these is an annual letter to city council. However, we can raise urgent issues to them through the same method of correspondence at any time. And if you have more questions, we can email. You have my email.
Thanks for that, Lindsay. So Vicki, go ahead.
Actually, even though it says Vicki's name,
Wendy.
yes, yeah,
Okay.
it's actually most of it's going to be Vicki, but I'm just kicking off the presentation and then turning it over to Vicki.
Okay, great. Thanks, Wendy.
And Jay is helping us out. Thank you, Jay, with the slides. So I'm just going to adjust my screen here a moment.
Wendy, while you're doing that, I'll just give a little pro tip that you'll see that your view of the folks in the meeting has gotten much smaller while we're sharing screens. You can move that box around as you need to. You can also change the configuration. If you mouse over the top of where you see people, it has a few different configurations that you can use in case you need to see different parts of the screen.
Thank you very much, Brenda. Thanks for everyone for bearing with me. I guess this is the first presentation I've given this way. So good evening, board members and commissioners. My name is Wendy Schwartz. I am the Human Services Policy Manager for the city, and I'll be presenting to you tonight on homelessness in partnership with Vicki Ebner, our Homeless Initiatives Manager. So next slide, please, Jay. We'll start out with some of the questions that we'll be asking you at the end about topics we're going to cover in the presentation. And these are also going to be the questions we'll ask City Council when we present the material to them on July 14th. So we'll be showing this slide again at the end of the presentation when we're starting the discussion, so you don't have to write them down. But we did want to provide the questions to you in advance so you can have them in your mind as you're watching the presentation. So we'll be covering tonight interventions not currently included in the homelessness strategy, including items such as sanctioned encampments. We'll be talking about changes to some homelessness programs such as navigation and diversion. We'll be talking about the way we use our housing resources among vulnerable populations, and also the connections of programs with national evidence-based and best practices. So those are the things we'll be asking for board and commission feedback at the end of the presentation tonight. Next slide, Jay. This slide is a brief refresher on our homelessness strategy. I know many of you attended a briefing on this in March, which was a substitute for the bus tour we unfortunately couldn't do because of the pandemic. Rather than going through every strategy goal listed on this slide, I thought it might be useful to give some background on how the strategy came about and the community conditions at that time. So our new strategy was implemented in October 2017 under the county-wide umbrella of Homeless Solutions for Boulder County. Homeless Solutions for Boulder County, or HSBC, so you'll hear us for the rest of the presentation talk about HSBC, is a collaborative effort, and that includes the cities of Boulder and Longmont, Boulder County, our local housing authorities, and community partners serving homeless individuals, such as Bridge House, Boulder Shelter for the Homeless, as well as our health and mental health providers. The strategy grew out of a community working group that started in 2016 and included many of the partners I just mentioned, as well as 2 representatives with lived experience in homelessness. That group was facilitated and advised by a consultant, Corporation for Supportive Housing, or CSH, which specializes in advising communities nationwide on homelessness. At that time, what we had in the community was several nonprofits working very hard to help people experiencing homelessness, but we really didn't have a good handle on who was accessing the services or what they needed. It was unclear how many people were really being helped out of homelessness since the data was very limited and uncoordinated. We really focused on winter sheltering and had almost no summer sheltering. And during those years, the demands for sheltering went up every year. And Boulder Outreach for Homeless Overflow, which was also known as BOHO in the community, they provided winter sheltering at rotating faith locations. They were serving more and more people every year. And at the same time, Boulder Shelter for the Homeless was also hitting capacity more often and turning more and more people away. What we did know was that most people had lost hope of ever getting out of homelessness into housing, many having been homeless in Boulder for years. And we received many complaints from both the housed and unhoused community about how the situation seemed to be getting steadily worse with no apparent success from the efforts so many people were making. So the working group developed a strategy that focused on the thing that all the evidence says makes the real difference for people experiencing homelessness, and that's housing. And that's where the heart of HSBC efforts go. And we put our money where our mouth was when we did that strategy. So previously, prior to 2017, we spent about $230,000 annually on operating expenses for adult homeless services. And then over the years, we invested capital amounts in homeless housing developments. And so an example of that is 1175 Lee Hill. But since 2017, we've increased our annual funding for adult homeless services operating by about 77%. And in addition to our capital investments in homeless housing, such as, for instance, the Attention Homes development, we've added about $870,000 in annual funding for homeless housing rent subsidies and the supportive services that people need to stay in housing. Excuse me. Of note, many local housing resources for people experiencing homelessness are funded through state and federal resources. So our local funds are supplemental, and that's a pretty unique situation. Most municipalities do not put that kind of local funding into homeless housing. Accordingly, our successful exits are way up. It's true that prior to 2017, the data was really limited on who was getting housed, but the estimates from that time indicate that our providers are now successfully exiting about the same number of people in 2 to 3 months that they used to do all year. So, next slide. With that history, I'll go on to highlight how we evaluate the kind of system changes that Vicki's going to talk about. So starting at the top with the green circle on this slide, I noted before that the core guiding goal of HSBC is housing, and that's part of a national strategy known as Housing First. And Housing First means that you focus on getting the person into housing as quickly as possible, and you deal with all the other issues later. So you're not going to try and solve their drug problem before they get into housing. You're not going to wait until they get a job, because all of those problems are going to be a lot more manageable if they have stable housing. So when we in HSBC look at potential new programs or other changes, we're really going to look hard at how that change either furthers or detracts from getting people into housing as quickly as possible. If we go around the circle to the right, the purple circle, we also look at alignment with the city's homelessness strategy and HSBC goals, which we just talked about. We also look at how the change aligns with data and evidence in the community and nationally. We really want to invest in things that have evidence supporting that they'll work, and that makes sense with the trends we're seeing in our community. So our data is definitely far from perfect, but it's better than what most communities have, and it's certainly light years beyond what we used to have. We look at whether the change is cost effective, so the blue circle down there, and we think about the results we expect to see in that context. In general, if we look at spending money on something, we're going to ask how the results we would expect from that program compare to results we would expect if we use the resources for housing people experiencing homelessness. And finally, we've heard pretty strongly from a variety of sources, including many people serving adults experiencing homelessness, that we're not going to be able to be everything to everyone that might want to come to Boulder. And we need to prioritize services and housing for people that call Boulder County home, even if they don't have a home. So we do prioritize services and housing for people that have been in Boulder County for 6 months or more. So with that background and summary of the homelessness strategy and HSBC, I'm going to turn it over to Vicki to go over where we're at now.
Thank you and good evening. I thought it would be helpful to kind of go through some of our recent changes and how those are going to impact what we are discussing tonight. So on this slide, what we're really looking at is the impact of combining both of the housing focused shelter and the navigation program, both of which were consolidated on June 1st at Boulder Shelter for the Homeless, or BSH. The activity was actually done through an RFP for navigation services, and it was awarded to BSH, who was the only applicant. To prepare for that consolidation, BSH has been aggressively housing its long-term residents and has made significant improvement in reducing its average nightly sheltering. And one caveat that I have to bring up is that COVID can kind of skew some of our numbers. And so I would point out, however, that prior to COVID, BSH was functioning between about 62% of their capacity in the summer months and 81% of their capacity in winter months. And those are based on monthly averages. After or during COVID, they did make some reductions to their number of beds that are available. However, they have been able to accommodate the navigation program. And a little bit later, I'll talk about the impact of eligibility changes on the navigation program that also helped be able to facilitate this change. Jay, can I go to the next slide, please? So in February, we implemented, or I should say the HSBC implemented, a 6-month residency requirement for most of our programs. The diversion program is established primarily to aid people who don't meet that 6-month residency criteria, but is actually open for anybody. Diversion, for everybody's education, is a national best practice. It's targeted at keeping people from entering shelters in the first place and helping them not become long-term homeless. The longer a person stays in a homelessness situation, the more intensive the resource to get them housed is. The most common intervention when you're looking at a diversion type program is reunifying people with their support services. One important key I would give you on this is that reunification is not merely connecting them where they may feel more comfortable in their previous location, but it's ensuring, or to our best abilities, that there is something on that other end. So if somebody's new to the community, all of their support is in another state, they want to go back to that other state where they believe they can get better services, our diversion services people are working to make sure that there is actually somebody that is willing to help them on the other side. So it's not just sending them outside of the community. The overwhelming number of people that have been going through our coordinated entry system, which is our front door for services, they've been in the community for less than a month. And that would be the white line in the chart on the right. And they may have better opportunities in their home communities once they start looking at really what is available to them here in Boulder County. And this is still a very new program, I would like to add. As I mentioned, it just started in February. So we're still monitoring those trends, looking at the challenges, and gathering enough data so that we can see if we are providing the correct service and be able to make any changes that need to happen. One of the things about HSBC is that it is a learning organization. And so our ability to collect data, which Wendy mentioned is a hallmark of this collaborative, allows us to be able to respond to some of those changes. Jay, next slide, please. So I mentioned earlier that there were some activities that happened on the navigation program. The Path to Home Navigation Program was run by Bridge House up until May 31st, very admirably, and has lots of really good outcomes for their clients. But I did mention that they did not apply for the RFP, and so the service is changing over to BSH, who was already scheduled to be actually housing the people who are going through the navigation program. One of the benefits of combining these two programs at one location is that we can have a more efficient use of limited resources while maintaining that program of services for lower barrier individuals. The big difference between Housing Focused Shelter, which is has and was offered at Boulder Shelter for the Homeless, and navigation services is the number of barriers that somebody has to getting out of homelessness. So typically Housing Focused Shelter clientele are people that have been homeless for longer term and they have a disabling condition. I would add that the length of homelessness is not a criteria for Housing Focused Shelter, but it does tend to be a bigger variable. Navigation services, these are typically people that are a little bit lower needs for assistance and intervention. They don't have a diagnosed disabling condition. Typically, they tend to be a little bit newer to homelessness. So they need help with more creative housing solutions, looking at rapid rehousing type of initiatives, any kind of roommate situations, job search help, all those kind of things that go into that. So our city's commitment to operating our navigation at 30th Street was quite significant. Annually, it costs about $950,000 a year from the city. That is for the lease of the building and for the navigation program operations. That does not include severe weather shelter operations costs. So prior to the changes in eligibility criteria, the Path to Home program was averaging a nightly census of about 38 people per night. They did have a bed capacity of 50 people per night. So they were running on average a little bit below that. We were paying about the same amount for each navigation shelter cot as we would be for supportive housing units for somebody, including their case management services. Another thing to keep in mind is that the majority of people that are served by the program haven't been in the community for more than 6 months. So the majority of this clientele is now seen through diversion following the eligibility criteria changes, and that allows for the physical location to be consolidated and the funding that can be reallocated toward housing. The change in the eligibility criteria is one factor that contributes to the reduction in navigation clients. And in addition, the program staff are reporting that a number of people dropped out of navigation at the implementation of an every night severe weather sheltering, which happened in late January of 2020. Next slide, please. So, excuse me. As noted on the chart on the right, the majority of the people using severe weather shelter are newer to the community. And with over half of the people that use the shelter during this past season have been through coordinated entry within the last year. In order to use these limited resources more effectively to get people, to help them get into housing situations through a year-round program, the HSBC is recommending a return to the weather-triggered sheltering and severe weather shelter be offered at BSH. The goal of the HSBC and the homelessness strategy has always been to consolidate Boulder sheltering services at BSH and to focus those resources on housing and make shelter a temporary solution for residents. In addition, no other cost-effective SWS location or staffing has been identified, and we have to reduce our 2020 and 2021 budgets as part of citywide reductions. Other budget concerns involve fairness for other local community residents in poverty, and this is going to be discussed a little bit later with Wendy and her community impact piece. One thing I would note is that moving this to BSH will lead to a reduced number of available beds for severe weather shelter than we have recently had in prior years. However, the consolidation of this process will be a much more effective use of the resources and will have better outcomes. Next slide. This chart is reflecting all of our housing exits that we have reported through the Boulder system. So this is specifically looking at exits as reported by Boulder Shelter for the Homeless and Bridge House over the past year. And so as you can see, these numbers are sizably increasing from where they were in 2017. I shouldn't say as you can see because actually you can't see prior to 2017 on this chart, but it just goes to show that exits are a main goal and that the types of exits differ depending on the person's need. So one thing that I always like to clarify is that housing is not limited to permanent supportive housing, which we spend a lot of time talking about permanent supportive housing, but there's a great deal of other resources that go into how we're going to get somebody housed. And that may be, as I mentioned earlier, rapid rehousing. It could be one-time rental assistance and any number of creative housing solutions that can come up. Reunification is still and will continue to be a key intervention, and referrals to things like treatment centers and other programs such as Ready to Work make up another share of exits from homelessness. Next slide, please. So I just mentioned that there are a lot of different housing options, but as I said, we spend a lot of time talking about permanent supportive housing, mainly because this is our most intensive intervention for homelessness, and it is also more expensive. That being said, I'm sure people will point out to you that when you start looking at the community impact that people who experience chronic homelessness create in a community, that cost is somewhere between $30,000 to $50,000 a year. And your typical permanent supportive housing voucher plus case management costs a little bit less than $20,000 a year. The housing, specifically permanent supportive housing, is accomplished through a variety of different ways. The locally funded vouchers, which as Wendy mentioned is something that is, I won't say unique, but unusual in most communities, plays a big factor in our flexibility in order to respond to particular needs that maybe aren't being met through a more regional process. It's also the creation of new units and leveraging what we can from other regional opportunities. For example, one of the things that has been, quite frankly, a game changer is that the local housing authorities agreed to set aside 20% of their affordable housing vacancies to use for people experiencing homelessness. We were then able to leverage that against a SAMHSA, which is, I don't want to lie and give you a wrong actual definition of SAMHSA, but it's a grant that was provided to us for mental health services. And we matched those mental health service grant dollars to provide the case management for the people who go into the housing authority set aside vouchers. And that's probably one of the greatest strengths of the HSBC, is that we can do that. So it's not just the city paying for something or the county or Longmont. We work together and really use and maximize every dollar that we can.
Vicki, I'm going to interrupt really quickly. Your sound is getting a little glitchy. May I suggest you turn off your video? That can sometimes support the sound being smoother.
Sure. In theory, yes. Let me find my video screen now that it's all scrunched.
You know what? I got you.
Okay, thank you.
There we go.
Okay, so Jay, if we can move to the next slide. So I mentioned that we were using the SAMHSA grant, and that brings to bear that mental health is a big and strong contributor to lengthy homelessness. This is not just mental health issues, but it's also significant substance use issues. And so it creates its own level of challenges as we try to house people and keep them maintained in their housing. The biggest challenge that we face, and quite frankly, we haven't come up with a significant or meaningful response yet, is specific to people who have meth addictions. They have issues from a placement and engagement side, and they also have problems on the housing side with landlords being willing to take them. So that is something that we continue to struggle through, and we're working on with different partners. And I would also point out that HSBC and its partners work very closely with mental health providers at all levels of this process, from initial engagement, outreach, all the way through getting people placed in housing. And in some cases, mental health partners, for example, does provide a significant amount of the case management for supportive housing clients. Next slide. I would hate to give the impression that within the city of Boulder, that the Housing and Human Services Department is the only one that is focused on providing services to the homeless. So the two big players besides our department are the municipal court and the homeless outreach team within the police department. The municipal court has a municipal court homeless navigator, and her job is to provide assistance to people experiencing homelessness who also have justice involvement. Her biggest focus within that is on housing the high utilizers of the justice system. So people who have more than 20 cases. They work really closely with them. Those would be the green boxes on those charts. And as you can see, they've had some pretty good success with housing some of the people that are probably the most difficult to house. These are people who are sex offenders, people with significant substance use, severe mental illness, and people with frequent incarcerations. They don't do that in a silo. They're very connected with not only the homeless outreach team, but with HSBC in different levels, and with our regional partner, Metro Denver Homeless Initiative, who is our continuum of care for the 7-county Greater Denver area. The homeless outreach team is made up of 2 non-enforcement officers. And so their job is to engage with people who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness, connect those people to resources and aid in the housing process. While they are police officers, again, their job is not to enforce. And all the feedback that we do get from clients who have interacted with them has been extremely positive. And so they really can have the time to build those relationships and really work with people to get them into housing. The one thing I would point out, I mentioned that they were very successful. 52% of the navigation clients that have been housed since they started tracking are high utilizers. And 12 people have been housed in October 2019. And while that may not sound like a large number, when you consider the challenges that this particular subset of people experiencing homelessness has, that's really actually a very exciting number. A lot of that can be contributed to the new homelessness municipal court homeless navigator and her ability to really move the needle on helping get people prioritized and matched and housed. Next slide, please. While this isn't necessarily a change, I thought it would be helpful for everybody to know about our COVID Recovery Center, or the CRC. The CRC was opened in March 20th, and it provides respite care to people experiencing homelessness who are symptomatic of COVID or who have tested positive. The very early date that we were able to get this open and staffed and combine it with our very thorough response from our partner agencies and shelters has really kept the high-risk population relatively safe. Keep in mind that these are groups of people who do not always have access to sufficient sanitation. They live in congregate situations, and many of them have complications and health issues that make them extremely vulnerable to this disease. They're also very likely, because of congregate settings, that if there is a contagion, it would spread very, very quickly in the shelter system. So we're very proud of the fact that it has been a very low census at the CRC. As a matter of fact, the CDC has toured the facility as a best practice for COVID response. Next slide, please. So moving on to a couple different topics. At the January retreat, City Council asked staff to investigate possible additions to the homelessness strategy, including specifically sanctioned encampments, safe parking, and tiny homes. Specific to encampments, and I'm not going to read this entire slide to you, we really looked at what other communities were doing. And there's a variety of activities, services, funding structures, and a variance in the connection to resources that make it hard to say there's one particular program that stands above any others. But this is just a quick outline of some of the different services and funding that's available by city. Next slide, please. So as with encampments, we also looked at what other cities were doing in safe parking initiatives. So basically, these are sanctioned places where people can park either RVs or personal vehicles, and that differs by community as to which is allowable. And as with the encampments, again, provided what this commitment is, and the connections to resources truly vary quite a bit. Next slide, please. So interest The pros and cons for both encampments and safe parking are essentially the same. So while sanctioned camping or safe parking can help us protect certain parts of the environment, it's our opinion that they don't offer an exit strategy to homelessness, and in some cases can even discourage people from seeking out long-term solutions. A lot of communities reported increases in area crime rates, trash, biohazard collections, violence around camps. A local example would be actually a COVID response in Fort Collins. They had a sanctioned encampment of 100, basically had grown to 100 tents. Based on all the reasons I just mentioned, they actually shut it down and opened something that's similar to a CRC. A lot of larger encampment endeavors are also located in more temperate climates. So that can be a concern when you're talking about a Colorado winter. Again, these are all just pros and cons. The devil is in the details, and that's how you would design it. But really, we feel very strongly that the two biggest takeaways from this is, can these encampments or safe parking things really affect and move people from homelessness to housed? And how can they be engaged and be productive pieces of our overall strategy? So you can kind of say the same thing about tiny homes. There are multiple ways that a tiny home village could be set up, particularly if it's responding to homelessness. Tiny homes, in some cases, are not what we would consider safe and decent housing, and were actually included in one of the examples on the encampment because it was basically a wooden shed type of situation with no running water, no plumbing, no restroom facilities, no cooking spaces. So if you have a tiny home that is constructed as safe and decent housing and meant for habitation, it can help people transition from homelessness to a more long-term solution, such as permanent supportive housing or what we would call bridge housing. However, there are quite a few situations where we have to look at the siting availability, land use efficiency. Is it really dense enough to meet the needs for affordable housing? And then, of course, neighborhood concerns, and those all continue to become barriers. And so with that, I'm going to turn back over to Wendy.
Thank you, Vicki. So, Jay, next slide, please. As we come to the end here, I'll highlight some broader community context that's relevant to consider when we look at solutions for adults experiencing homelessness. We have about 7,200 people in the city living below the federal poverty line. And for those of you who aren't familiar with that, that's about $25,000 a year for a family of 4. So it's pretty low. And I think we can safely say there are also a lot of people with incomes above that line that still probably need some help to make ends meet. And that estimate, lots of times if you look at poverty line estimates in Boulder, you'll see a higher number, but that estimate of 7,200 is adjusted to exclude people who are likely to be CU students who might not have any income that's reported, but also maybe not be the target of poverty programs. We do a lot of work with community partners to make sure households living in poverty are supported on a regular basis. And we've expedited about $500,000 to partners during the COVID crisis to help people with basic needs like rent and food. So those are community nonprofits. But as we evaluate some of the other things the city might invest in for adults experiencing homelessness, it's important to keep in mind that other people might need help, including people on the edge of housing stability that we certainly don't want to fall into homelessness. And as the pandemic continues, no one knows yet how many people in the community are going to need more help as some of the federal stimulus payments and some of the other assistance starts to ratchet down. We do have some numbers on this slide demonstrating some trade-offs in potential investments. So for example, standing up an additional severe weather shelter would cost about the same as helping more than 330 households with rent for 3 months in some of our programs. And these types of trade-offs would be true whether we're considering expanded shelter, campgrounds, or any other interventions. So as we look at where resources are distributed, we can't just look at one subpopulation need or one part of the problem in isolation. Next slide. As we go forward with the changes that we talked about today, we'll be monitoring how they work out. A core component of the HSBC system is to collect coordinated data and work collaboratively to make adjustments based on the data and evidence. We'll continue to focus strongly on creating housing opportunities for people experiencing homelessness, as that's the bedrock of our success and what sets us apart from most other communities. In addition, on this slide, we've highlighted a few of the ongoing challenges we'll be working with partners on. Vicki highlighted really a lot of the big challenges for people with meth addiction. That's really tough from both a housing and treatment perspective. Certainly improving the data sharing across organizations for our high utilizers. A lot of those folks impact a lot of health and mental health providers, justice systems, homeless services. And so the more we can improve that data sharing, the more quickly those folks can be helped. Encampments are a big challenge in Boulder and really in cities across the country. And so that increased coordination for the best outcomes on encampments is going to be important going forward. And certainly building on the successful work we've done so far with our COVID Recovery Center, the CRC, and the screening process to keep people safe during the pandemic. And so with that, I think we're ready to just move on to our final slide, which is the questions that we posed early on for our board and commission members. Thank you.
Thank you. So going back to the agenda, how we'll move through the remainder of the listening session. HRC will have its own discussion while Housing Advisory, well, that serves as more of a listening session for Housing Advisory Board. Then Housing Advisory Board will have its own discussion as that serves for more of a listening session for HRC. For each of those sessions, opposite commission, the commission listening, hold your questions to the end. And then we'll move into a cross-commission conversation to wrap things up and hopefully move into some action items, points of agreement, and ways to move forward. Before we get into that, I wanted to make space for questions across the commissions.
Judy?
Yep. Hi, thank you. So I have questions for the presenters, Vicki and Wendy, thank you. And I want to ask a question and then I want to explain the reason why I asked it. So I only have one question, and it's the data that you used, especially in attachment C that was sent to us and that you put up in part in the presentation. I'm curious about how and when you collected that information.
So the information that was provided under attachment C and in this presentation were gathered, I would say, over the last 6 months. We actually had assistance from the city of Longmont, who was looking at safe parking, and they are part of a safe parking task force. And one of the options that they looked at was working with Metro Denver Homeless Initiative and looking at some of the data that they gathered. So that primarily was collected that way. On the encampments, that was just researching the different cities and looking at what was available to us. I think it's a surprise to no one that there really hasn't been much research that was done prior to development of these materials for you back in March, because we have been focused on coronavirus, but that's when and how.
Okay, thanks. And I have, the reason why I asked is I have a very good young friend who used to run a nonprofit at the age of 25 in Boulder and moved to Seattle. And she's extremely involved in the homelessness issue and safe parking, encampments and all of that. And I get her newsletter because she's a friend of mine. And I had read enough about homelessness issues in Seattle that I thought, this is curious. It doesn't jive what I see in the newsletters. So I sent her attachment C. And she was so alarmed at reading it about how Seattle and King County were characterized that she sent it to several other people who work in the homeless community. And one of them is a PhD who teaches at the University of Washington, a course called The Anthropology of Homelessness. And he served on the governing board of the King County Commission for Continuum of Care. And he served on the advisory panel for coordinated entry. And also 3 people who work for a place called LISA, LIHI. And the gentleman with the PhD was so concerned that he highlighted 40 points in just the comments about encampments and safe parking and how it related to Seattle. 40 different points where he either feels there's information that was provided to you incorrectly or that he disagrees with the conclusions that were drawn from that. And he believes that the programs in Seattle are working, that there was new legislation passed by the city council in February that the mayor of the city council ran on starting more tiny home villages and has done that, and that the programs show outcomes that definitely agree with the outcome goals you want, of that more people are coming out of homelessness. Obviously in tiny homes, they're getting out of homelessness, but that the safe parking has a much higher outcome for people going into long-term housing than just going to shelters. And then the people from the other place sent me a letter. They said, to whom it may concern, so I'm free to send it on, where she says that they have served thousands of homeless residents in Seattle, providing shelter accommodations, superior in quality of life for residents, and the outcomes far surpass success rates of traditional shelters and enhanced shelters for residents. They also have provided a big safety measure in times of COVID. Somebody else also sent me about 15 or so links to data demonstrating the success of these programs and how much they do fit in with what Boulder's goals are and the housing first strategy. And so this is just one place in all the cities that were cited, well, 2, Seattle and the county, King County. And if there's so much discrepancy between the providers of these services and the data and successful outcomes they have, that just sort of freaks me out. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Well, thank you for that. And, you know, as I mentioned, our research is just benchmarking research. One other thing I would add is that we aren't saying that they aren't successful. As I mentioned earlier in the presentation, it's how they are structured and what are the specific community needs. The other thing I would point out too, though, is that the majority of the large cities have insufficient sheltering space, and a lot of these were put into place in order to combat that issue. Also, a lot of shelters don't have a housing focused drive. They are typically just shelters with no end game. That's not to say that all of them aren't. There are a considerable number of housing focused shelter, but that is something that we have is very dedicated, both in short-term navigation and in housing focused shelter, is a dedicated housing path, which in a lot of communities, these safe parking and encampment type of setups, and particularly with tiny homes, because that is usually more of a bridge housing option, try to meet that need that way.
It would be great to see that data though, Judy. I'm really glad that they sent that to you because it'd be good to take a look at that.
Yeah, because it does really, it makes the conclusions that you came to in your pros and cons, if that's just one city and their conclusions were that it's positive, and from the information that, you know, that you got and sifted through is like, maybe that's not the whole picture, and maybe those programs do offer a lot that fit perfectly into the housing goals here. Thanks.
Mason?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Wendy and Vicki, for this presentation. Kind of along the same lines with Judy, and I can't even say slightly stunned, I was alarmed reading the data and the presentation. When you go back, and part of the hard problem of us waiting until questions at the end, especially within Zoom, is that you can't ask questions about each one of the slides. Like, so many of the slides just said 0 to 20, 0 to 250, 0 to 400. What, people, numbers? It was really vague and very frustrating to have to wait to the end. And in general, I forgot I could unmute myself and interrupt the presentation, but there was also a lot of acronyms that were used. And we have, for a general public, that really isolates and shuts out a majority of individuals from the conversation when we get into using a vernacular that is exclusionary, so people can't participate in it. The frustrating part for me every time we get into the unhoused population discussion is that I get, as a city, we're driving towards coordinated entry, but I wish at the same time we could be very honest and authentic about the fact that we have major gaps in what we are doing. And in those major gaps, there are a significant amount of people that are falling through these, and we're getting ready to face an inordinate amount of individuals that are going to be facing being homeless due to COVID, et cetera. And Wendy, I understand when you were saying that we have to prioritize where our funding goes, and we can't, you know, we've got to look at the people that are already housed, but this is not an and or discussion. This isn't that we try and keep people in the houses and in their houses and forget that the unhoused population, or prioritize them somehow less than the individuals that are still in houses. We have to figure out how to do a little bit of everything. So when we look at all of these tools, when I see those pros and cons lists, and you talk about violence in the encampments or violence over here, or all those cons, I could do the same thing with that slide and put all those cons into the pros category and flip the whole discussion as to why those are the reasons we would want to set up those programs. When you say with the tiny house that they're just walls and they're not insulated and they're not good for people, you know, as somebody who's in the tiny house movement and know thousands of families that are raising kids in tiny homes, it's just shocking to me how we're classifying some of this data, which I'll use really loosely, because I was looking at those numbers, and again, I was just shocked and alarmed at some of the stuff. The other thing that really surprised me about the data is from February to March, or when we know the numbers were, you know, you were saying that you make your decisions based on the data for expected outcomes. Well, I'm sorry, but how many of us have ever gone through COVID before? So how are we going to collect data for this, and how are we going to have expected outcomes? There's no expectation here. All we can do is all hands on deck to try and get as many possibilities as we possibly can forward and help as many individuals as possible. So the data argument to me of looking for the most successful programs that we can, and I would go back with Judy as well on some of the encampments, et cetera, is that if we're going to exclude individuals and put up barriers that say they have to be here for 6 months, but then we don't provide faith-based sheltering or encampments or anywhere else, and we're emphasizing diversion, then what we're we're essentially doing is building a wall and saying, you're not welcome here. We're only going to help those that are already here right now. Because that's what we're doing, is you're dropping the numbers because you're telling everybody to go elsewhere. And that's not helpful either. That's just putting the pressure on everybody else's community. And it's not us addressing the needs that we have here. So again, with that data piece, with the COVID portion of it, I'm surprised that there's no highlighted area that says COVID started here, we moved to this population, because what you're showing by those numbers dropping down is that somehow we were just so successful at housing all these people when all we're doing is diverting them into other people's communities back over. So that was shocking. Again, there was a whole bunch of stuff to go through. When we talked about the $950,000 for the building upgrades on the navigation program, did that include our building upgrades? You know, the $2 million, where did that go into the funding? When we talk about, God, there's just so much. I know everybody's probably going to hit on the same thing, but I'm just in general really concerned with how we filter data, how we present information, who we are excluding, and how we're weaponizing some of this stuff. It's really harsh to me. So I'll just end there, but I could probably go on for the rest of the evening.
Okay, Mason, thanks. Lindsay?
John Hilaire.
You're
Can you hear me
muted.
now?
There you go.
All right, good. Good evening again, everybody. So I have a few things that I would like to say. First, I want to say thank you to Wendy and Vicky. But can you hear me well, guys? Can everybody hear me? Okay, cool. So again, my problem was with the data that just presented here. And I'm gonna just be short on what I'm gonna say, but I'm gonna explain it to you. So if I'm wrong, somebody can feel free to jump in and to help out to let me know that where I was wrong. So I look at the Boulder, Colorado.gov homeless/homeless dashboard. So the dashboard has not been updated since January 2020. Which again, that questioned the data that in that report for me. And when you look at it, it's if you look at the 3 months like March, April, and May. With the COVID thing, I don't think the data should even be considered there. But in fact, I don't remember. I think Judy asked a question to Vicky. Vicky said the data she had was considered for the last 6 months. So like I said, half of that data for me is already should not be there because of the amount of people that's been homeless during that time, which I'm speaking with experience. And I took a few notes, and 2 of the slides, I think Vicky started to present it, which confused me even more. She said there were no data available, and there were multiple nonprofit operating back then. So if you had no data available and you had nonprofit operating, and now you said you had data somewhere, for me, it's a little even more confusing. And I don't understand that data part. And again, I feel like I understand the city needs to make decision about homelessness. And we're in the middle of a time where everybody's having a hard time now. I think it's worse for the homeless than it is for anyone else. And the biggest problem I have with it is I understand you guys are doing your work. And for some of you who do not know, I'm from Haiti, and I've been living in Boulder for almost 12 years now. And I own my house in Boulder, and I do everything. I'm not an outsider. I have 2 kids here, okay? And the problem with it is like driving people out like that, I don't think it's a good thing. The community needs everybody. I understand the homeless some of them are bad, and some of them are really good. It's like the way I hear that conversation, it's like for me, it's either a Catholic priest that explaining marriage to somebody that because they've never been married. They read it somewhere, it's a data. It's the same thing for me. And the last thing I would like to say is that the city, I don't think it's the city's job to drive people outside. I think it's the city's job to serve the people that live in it. And the problem is, I understand, like the city has to drive their money somewhere else. But in the end, the first person, I think I think her name was Lean something. She just talked about how her house have been, the value have been decreased. But when the city of Boulder closed, like Path to Home, Bridge House, there was no service for those people. Where are they going? You're gonna have exactly the same problem with Lean, because the homeless will camp around her house. And that problem will drive us more to, like, I'll say, to the dump. So I don't want to keep talking more, but I just would like to share that. And like I said, I understand the city want to do a lot, but the thing is, and the time we are in now, I think this data, don't get me wrong, I think it's pretty biased to me. That's the way I will say it, because I speak my heart. And the other thing is like, I don't think it's good to make decisions without real data for the city to move forward. Thank you.
Hey, I'm going to jump in real quick. Lindsay, I'm going to let you select. I keep seeing hands and I want to do it, but I'll leave it to you, okay?
Thanks. I'm going to try to alternate commissions. Charlotte.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Vicki, Wendy, thank you very much for your presentation. And I'm just going to piggyback a little bit off of what Mason and John Hilaire were saying. I noticed in the memo and also throughout the presentation, there seems to be a focus on, our unhoused having some sort of residential connection to Boulder before they are admitted for services, before they are granted services. And much like COVID is a national, worldwide pandemic, homelessness is a pandemic. It is not something that is specific to Boulder. It is something that we are experiencing more and more, and we will experience more and more as COVID continues and as things close down again, inevitably. And so I'm curious about when that, that 6-month requirement was enacted and what the intention was behind that. Is it intended, so that we only serve those who will eventually stay in Boulder? I know that there are some diversion services and reunification services intending to help folks, go back to where, they originally came from. But as John Hilaire said, we should be a welcoming and opening community to all people. And I think that Boulder's problem is Denver's problem is Kansas City's problem. So I'm just curious, when was that 6-month, screening requirement enacted? I guess.
Would the chairs like me to answer the question now, or would you prefer that we wait? Okay. So the answer to that question is that the 6-month requirement was implemented in February of 2020. And prior to that time, the requirement, there was no requirement no residency requirement to get into navigation services. And the requirement was 30 days or more for housing focused shelter, which was the program at Boulder Shelter for the Homeless. In addition, there were other requirements for housing focused shelter that had to do with your level of disability and length of time homeless. And so that really was working with those proxy measures for chronic homelessness. So people who are more likely to be chronically homeless were referred to that resource. And so the reason that those decisions were being made, and I should add, those decisions were not made solely or specifically by the city of Boulder. Those were made by the countywide collaborative Homeless Solutions for Boulder County. And that had to do with really an analysis of the availability of housing and the ability to house people. And also the significant amount of community feedback received about the criteria that we had at the time. And so I understand there's many people on this call who disagree with having any residency criteria. And it certainly is a choice that Homeless Solutions for Boulder County that the community could make, would be to not have that anymore. But there are many people who have a different point of view, which has been expressed very significantly that, for instance, they think 6 months is not enough. I think the other issues that we'd have to grapple with here is what are the housing opportunities that we're leading people to through coordinated entry. And so if we don't have residency criteria for our housing, which is a challenging resource, right, to put in place. And frankly, when you look at the size of Boulder and you look at the level of resource investment that's gone into expanding housing resources for people experiencing homelessness, there's really no community in the region that can compete with that level of investment. And so many people in the community are very concerned about having that level of housing investment, really leaning into that housing and having people come from other places to use those expensive resources. So again, those are all choices that can be made differently by Homeless Solutions for Boulder County, that can be made differently by the community, but that's some of the background that might be helpful for board members and commissioners in understanding some of the way those choices were made. In addition, Homeless Solutions for Boulder County looked at what other communities did, and there was a pretty big range. It was everything from 0 residency requirements, which actually don't happen very often when you're talking about housing programs, to you have to prove your residency in the community for 2 years. So we started at a very low level with the 1 month for the more extensive programs, and it was recently moved to 6 months.
And just to follow up, how are unhoused folks expected to prove that they've been here for 6 months? Is it like hearsay, or I'm just really not familiar with that process.
It's self-reported at coordinated entry.
Self-reported. Okay. Thank you so much. That was such a detailed and helpful answer. Quickly, have there been any kind of explorations into kind of bridge programs between Boulder County and other locations? If Boulder County is, has this, it has looked to other models, but is kind of seemingly like insular in its solution, have we looked to partner with other, housing solutions in Denver? If Boulder has, clearly has such a housing crisis, there's not enough space for people to live. Are there kind of, if someone wants to find housing, and they want to go through Boulder's system, are they able to go to like Denver or somewhere else, to find permanent housing?
Yes, they are. We are Homeless Solutions for Boulder County is heavily involved with the Metro Denver Homeless Initiative. So that's a 7-county regional homeless organization. And in fact, their executive director is on the Homeless Solutions for Boulder County Executive Board. Definitely if people, and many of our resources our local dollars that go into those housing resources are supplemental to a broader array of housing resources that are accessed for people experiencing homelessness that are either state or federal voucher type programs or units. And certainly people have gone through our system and been housed in a housing resource in another place. It doesn't happen very often, and that's because generally people who are accessing those types of services here and have been here for a while, this is their home, even if they don't already have a home here. And so they want to stay in their community, understandably. So that doesn't happen very often, but sometimes there is an opportunity that comes up for someone in Denver or someplace else, and the person is interested in that opportunity. And so that is possible.
So thank you so much, Wendy.
Note on time, we're at 7:30. That's about when we indicated we were going to take a break. I think good way to move forward, finish our Q&A period with ideally questions and brief answers, and hold discussion until the discussion periods, which is not a comment, but a request. Thank you. And Dan.
You're muted, Stan.
So I get to go before the break yet? I just want to take a little slightly different angle on it and be fairly brief with this. You know, one of the difficulties in the different angle on this is that, so we are eliminating people that haven't been here for 6 months. We're not giving the custody camp and so forth. The courts and any moral position says you got to give people some option. I mean, you can't simply be in a place of putting people at risk and not allowing them to camp and not allowing them into shelters. I mean, that's just simply not a tenable position. I mean, I understand priorities. I'm very appreciative of the sensitivity you have all the priorities, but that's still a bottom line issue that is different than budgets and so forth. That we have to look at the ways in which we are not putting people in that particular position of simultaneously not being able to be sheltered and not being able to shelter themselves. And that's particularly, I think, important in this case, because when you have the lack of, you talk about your regional involvement, but we don't hear.
And I'm sorry to cut you off. Do you have a question?
Yeah, what is the nature really of this regional involvement? I mean, so often we hear about it, but what we're doing is just talking mostly about how we turn people away, not how the region coordinated their resources to say. Because if we're turning that many people away, we have the possibility that we have tons of people that have no regional qualifications in any of these communities. Instead of having a coordinated system which says, if you haven't made residency here, where have you? And so I'd really like to know the nature and extent to which you're working regionally to making sure that the individuals that you're not allowing into our system have a real system to go to.
Would the chairs like me to respond now? Okay. So there's not a perfect answer to that, Stan, and I really appreciate your question, because this is something very difficult that that all of our partners wrestle with all the time. So there's the regional collaboration. There is the One Home system, which is a shared housing platform. But to really get to the heart of your question, when we help people through diversion with a reunification program, for instance, which is working with them in diversion to figure out if they have supports someplace that we could help them reconnect to and go to, then that's something that can occur very locally, or depending on where their support system is, further away. But we don't necessarily have an answer to everyone who's ever going to come to Boulder and want to seek homeless services. I mean, that is the truth. So we want to really give people the support that we can, but we don't have a perfect answer for everyone.
Thanks, both of you. Darren?
I think Darren is public comment, and we want to stay within HRC and HAB. Yeah. So I think Art would be next.
I wasn't as quick to my mute button as Mason was. Darren is a member of the general public. He's indicating his interest in participating in public comment later.
So this is the thing, before we process question, before we move on. Public comment happens at what point?
So let me jump in, Lindsay. So we have open comment, which was the first portion that we did. And then I think when we're done with this question session regarding the presentation from staff, which hopefully we can wrap up relatively soon, then we can get to the public participation specific to homelessness.
Cool. Thanks for clarifying. I misunderstood that earlier. Cool.
No problem.
Art?
Sure. And I know we're trying to keep this brief. So more of a request for staff than a question. And first I want to acknowledge, again, thank you to Wendy and to Vicky. And I want to acknowledge the skills and the experience and the caring I think staff has for this issue among many others. So know that I'm coming from that space. But I want to agree with a lot of the other commissioners and board members who've commented that it really feels like there's a bias to the information that's been presented. That bias, in the pros and cons, I was noticing it. There were areas where, yeah, as others have commented, you could flip them, or there are areas where maybe a pro for tiny homes doesn't show up in another area where I think it clearly could. So seeing bias there, data selectivity in the time periods being chosen was another area where we saw some bias in how that data is being brought forward. Also felt like there's an opportunity to talk about best practices, because I know that's one of the questions in front of us, but best practices also in relationship to regions. What's a best practice in one region may not translate so much to another. And the other place where I felt like I noticed some bias was just in the comments about Bridge House and not applying to continue without the context of why they didn't apply, what had changed, why did they choose to not put forward a response to the RFP. Leaving that out implies one thing, putting in that context helps us understand the broader picture. So to the degree that that bias may be unconscious or just folks may not be aware of it, I want to ask that you pay attention to that. You will present a much clearer argument to us, a much cleaner set of data, and we'll be able to come up with better, robust decisions around all of this with a complete set of information.
Thank you for that, Art. We certainly want to pay attention to that. So thanks for that comment.
Art? Scanning the digital room, and Daniel?
Oh, hi.
Danny?
Sorry, I had some Zoom issues there. The one thing I wanted to say, I absolutely agree and understand with the comments and the concerns about how we focus on this notion of, something that's more specific to residential and stuff. But I think there's some real challenges here. And so this isn't really, I'm sorry, Lindsay, this is more a statement than a question, but I'll kind of end it with a question so that I still qualify. But I want to commend staff, and I want to commend the city. And I do want to commend Wendy and Vicky for doing a great job laying everything out there. And I think the point that I want to make is I'm very impressed with the effort that the city's made so far. We can always do better. Nothing's ever perfect, but this is very challenging. This is very challenging times. We're going to be coming up on some very significant budgetary shortfalls for every municipality throughout the entire state, throughout the entire country, world probably, right? Especially with municipalities and sales taxes, et cetera. And we're also going to be, like Mason brought up, we're also going to be dealing with probably a very significant spike in homelessness. It's been on the news a lot recently that we are now just going to start facing a real slew of evictions, et cetera, because we've had this kind of stopgap in place that's not necessarily going to be there very much longer. And so the reality of everything is really coming to the fore. And so I guess my point and my question would be, what are we doing to try to come up with essentially some sort of COVID policy? Because I think necessarily there's going to be a challenge to focus on how we deal with our community and the increased demands that we're going to have in our community, coupled with a lot of budgetary restraint that we maybe haven't had to deal with quite in the same manner in recent years. And so I'll leave that as a question, but I do want to make that point that I do like the efforts that are being made. And I know ideally you wouldn't have any sort of regional thing, but I do understand where you're coming from with it, because this is going to be very demanding and there's very limited resources. So that's all I got.
Okay, so I think I heard you ask about COVID policy, and that was your question. And so what we are doing is, first of all, continuing with the CRC. There's some concern about whether we've had a small population, but we really think that helping that small population to be in a safe place where they can safely isolate has really helped keep the cases down here in Boulder County. And so continuing with that screening protocol where we offer that respite space at the CRC to keep the, the individuals who might be experiencing symptoms as well as the rest of the people using the shelter safe. In addition, we are really continuing to be to push ahead with our housing policy of creating more housing opportunities for people, because that creates even more safety for people who now might be residing in shelters, and also makes room in the shelter for people who might not currently be there. Also, Boulder Shelter for the Homeless has had a small number of very medically frail individuals in a hotel. And so that's something else that we've continued to do. As we look forward and we think about those broader questions with regard to things like evictions and how we react to COVID in that way, we have had a very strong partnership with the nonprofits in the community that help people who might be experiencing potential rent shortfalls or other basic needs that they need help with in order to pay for rent. And so we've had a pretty extensive collaboration with funders across the county in trying to support those organizations and keep as many people as possible from falling into homelessness. So that's kind of the high points, and I hope that answered your question.
And if I could just add a little bit to that, we are in almost daily conversations with the state and with our regional partners about augmenting our funding for things like rapid rehousing and for other safety nets such as prevention funding, in ways that it really becomes the biggest benefit we can provide people coming out of this COVID situation is to keep them from becoming homeless in the first place, as Wendy mentioned, but then secondarily, those who do fall through the net, looking at ways that we can rapidly get people back into a stable housing situation. So it is a little bit of everything. It isn't a one solution. We are constantly looking at things. Over the past 3 months, we've done things like implement the CRC, but we've also, when there was a lack of water, we provided bottled water and filling stations. We authorized opening of the nightly shelter every night beyond what council had authorized. We actually just had public health just tested all of the people at Boulder Shelter for the Homeless and are now moving to Attention Homes to test for asymptomatic positives so that we can help further control it. We continue to monitor the situation and look for all of those different possibilities and how we can respond to the crisis before it becomes a specific crisis to this particular population.
Very quick follow-up question, then Jean Hilaire. So HUD's guidance to not sweep encampments during COVID-19, is Boulder following that guidance?
There have been some encampments cleared since the beginning of the epidemic, and that's consistent with most other cities, because what we are finding in some cases is that the conditions that exist in encampments that are risks to people there in multiple ways, including public health risks, are more dangerous than the potential of people dispersing with the breakup of the encampment. I will also say that some of that guidance, the way that it's set up oftentimes in the national literature like that, is they're really looking at a scenario you see in a very large city with large areas of heavily populated, densely packed encampments. So Skid Row in Los Angeles or other types of things. And so some of those things look a little bit different when you're in a smaller city where there's already more dispersed, smaller encampments.
Thank you. John Hilaire.
Okay. Thank you. I have two questions. The first question is that as of May 30th, Boulder closed Path to Home and Bridge House. And I have a friend who delivers, like, how do you call that, eviction notice. As of now, he has 400 in his hand. Immediately, the COVID, they lift up the COVID restriction for rent. I can tell you, Boulder gonna have another 1,000 people. So if 1,000 homeless or unhoused people. My first question on that is that, okay, these programs, Bridge House, Path to Home, I don't know what else, are closed. And we're gonna have more people in the street soon. Does Boulder have an alternative to house those people soon? And that's the first question. The second question, I just want to just give you the question and you can answer. And the second question is, it's based on, Vicky was talking about the homeless, the Boulder homeless shelter. Let me read it again. The Boulder shelter, okay? So I would say in Boulder, we have probably, I think, let me look at it again because I just asked a friend about it so I can have the accurate information before I say anything. So Boulder has probably between 400 to 500 adult homeless. And if we count it all together, 100 youth, which makes it about like 600, okay? And Vicky said the Boulder shelter, actually right now with the COVID, decreased the amount of people they can receive. And pretty much the Boulder shelter is the only program that exists in Boulder right now. So my question is, I understand the data that you have are not really, which I have to say, I'm not trying to be offended to anybody, understand that. And that's the way I speak. And I think you're great people. You did a good job. I want you to know that. But criticism always helps us grow. That's it. And what I want to say is, what is Boulder plan with those data? What was the plan with those data? Why did we pull those out and why would we use them? Thank you.
So I can start a little bit on this one. So one thing I would make sure everybody understands is that while Bridge House is not providing navigation services have not gone away. They're just provided by a different agency in a different location. The 600 person number that you quoted, that is the annual point in time count. That is inclusive of all of Boulder County. And also, as you mentioned, is split between individuals and families, which have different responses that need to go with each of those. The other thing about the limited capacity, we are working with BSH to increase their capacity. We also have a situation where, as Wendy mentioned, there are hotels, there's the CRC that do help create a situation where we are housing more than 100 people in that shelter. It just may not be at that physical location. The plan, again, is more upstream to try to keep people from those evictions and from ending up in homelessness. But we are looking at using what resources we have. Again, that's where if we can augment with rapid rehousing, then or other interventions, one-time assistance, those kind of things, then hopefully we can keep people from having to enter the shelter system in the first place.
Sorry, may I say something else? I feel like you are not clear with your alternatives, if that makes sense. Because this is where I want to get with that question again. It's like, okay, the whole state of Colorado are asking people to stay inside. You know, safe at home order. And right now, Boulder is closing shelter for people who could have been somewhere for some reason. So what I'm trying to say to you is like, okay, do we have alternative for those people to stay somewhere instead of having encampment and spread the disease even to more? Or why, you know, okay, I understand, like you said, you know, we're under pressure for budget and stuff like that. But these are human beings to me. I'm human beings too. And it's more important to save people, to keep people safe, than keep going after the money. Because if money was an issue in this country, and I'm not pointing that at you, is that, look at it. Boom, a pandemic happened, everybody got $1,200, but they couldn't even support people for healthcare. So what I'm trying to say is, it's like, what is the alternatives? Like right here where I'm at right now, close to me, next to this golf course, there is an encampment right there.
Let me try again. So thanks, Vicki, for providing that information. And I'll just add to it by saying that first, encampments are not necessarily something that goes away when you have shelter, and that's what we've found out historically throughout Boulder. So I think if we provided shelter for every person who's homeless in the city, we would still have encampments. Second, when you're referring specifically to the closure of the Path to Home Center at the 2691 30th Street location, so that's a closure that's been planned for years since the beginning. That was always planned as a temporary site, and consolidation into our existing fixed asset of Boulder Shelter for the Homeless was always planned. Most nights, including after the consolidation, Boulder Shelter for the Homeless does not hit capacity. So they've been getting close to their new capacity, but they have not hit capacity most nights. There have been some nights when they have. So when people try to figure out sometimes why we think there's more people who are experiencing homeless in Boulder than there are shelter beds, then what we know is that on most nights historically they haven't all been filled. Is that helpful in answering part of your question?
That does, but that again goes, like you said, it goes, how would I say that? I've been having experience with the Boulder shelter as well. And I think, like you say, I have a different answer on yours. Most night they have reached capacity. So thank you.
Charlotte.
Really quickly, has city staff, have you, Wendy, Vicki, have you ever considered moving forward with the assumption that Boulder actually can house all the unhoused people who want to live here? Has that ever been kind of explored? How can we make that possible? That's kind of a far-fetched idea, but
I love that idea. And so, I mean, trying to like really put the push on housing for everyone. I mean, we're in Housing and Human Services. We love that idea. I think that looks daunting, certainly, because we've had challenges even when we prioritize a group of long-term residents. We have challenges. We've had a lot more successes in the most recent year. But do we love that idea? Yes. We would just have to really change the way we're allocating resources and have a pretty dramatic increase in resources, especially since we continue to have a lot of people coming through the front door, right? And what we've noticed even since word has gotten around that more people are getting housed, some of the, you know, the long-term people who have been waiting for housing for years, who had given up, are being housed. Word has gotten around the region and people will show up saying, I want to be here because I hear you can get housing in Boulder. So I think we would expect to see more of that. And I think one thing to, you know, to be really clear about is that when we look at the criteria or the resources that Homeless Solutions for Boulder County has set up, there's certainly different choices that could be made, right? And so if what the community wants to do is put the resources into more shelter, or put the resources into safe lots or encampments or tiny houses, all of those things can be done. That just has to be a choice about community resources, right? That we're going to put far more resources into homelessness, and that we're going to probably have to create a capital plan for shelters, for expanding and building more shelters every couple of years, for more safe lots, for more encampments. And so that is a resource plan and a capital plan and a land use plan that can be put together if that's what the community chooses. Historically, that has not been what the community has expressed to us, that they want to choose unlimited resources and use of land and other things for that purpose. And so that's why the focus has been on really trying to maximize housing for people who have been waiting here for a long time.
Thank you.
Mason.
So Wendy or Vicki, do you think the general public is educated and knowledgeable on our unhoused population and all of the tools that are available to successfully implement programs?
No.
Okay. So when we talk about housing and policies or the will of the people, would it be safe to say that a lot of that has to do with educating and communicating comprehensive plans, as well as potentially the leadership having the political will and desire to implement particular ethos or programs?
One of our greatest struggles, absolutely, for a long time, has been really having the public understand the facts about homelessness, and having them understand what works, and having them understand really what doesn't work. So you have, I mean, there's a large amount of emails, for instance, that the staff and the council get all the time. That's about, you know, why aren't we, you know, making sure these people are from Boulder, like I said, with much stricter residency requirements than the system actually has. Why aren't we making them work? Why are we allowing things such as needle exchange programs to occur in the community? So education is very important. And we have really tried to make an effort at that. I think, and that goes beyond us in the city. That's the Homeless Solutions for Boulder County Cooperative. But it's, that's really tough. So in answer to your question about, could we change the dynamic and could we change the resources and what people want to do with the city's resources in this area? I think the answer is maybe. But I will say it's been challenging. There's times when I have sat with groups and presented them with very specific data, for instance, about the percentage reduction, for instance, that someone chronically homeless can have in justice system interaction and ambulance rides and all those other things if we give them permanent supportive housing. And they will pretty much say, well, yeah, but why aren't we going to make sure they're clean and sober and that they have a job and that they're from Boulder? So I want to say that, yeah, with some enhanced effort on multiple fronts, that can change the choices. But I will also say that realistically, the amount of resources required to provide everyone who might want to come to Boulder with what they need and want is very, very large.
Right.
Very.
I'm going to echo what Art had said, is that it makes it harder and larger and bigger to scale when the data and the bias isn't recognized when reporting on information. So when our pros and cons list, first of all, nobody expects you to house every last individual that comes to Boulder. Would I love to see every last individual house that comes to Boulder? Yes. But do I expect that? I think it's a process. I think we have a lot of debunked myths that are still being used, even in this presentation tonight, on certain, again, biases and ways that we use the information. And it's frustrating when the screen rotates and I was looking at you here. Now I don't even know where you went. There you go. It's frustrating when the people, staff, when you're working with the data and everything says we can't, and we have a tidal wave coming towards us at the same time, and knowing we have the resources, maybe changing the lens over to how can we and what's the best that we can do, and presenting this in just a slightly different way. That's where my frustration comes into with all of this, is just saying that there's no way, we can't, and we're only going to do this over here. And there are possibilities. I mean, I guess I just want to hear that glimmer that there are possibilities. We have opportunities. It's not that everybody needs to be in a brick and mortar. There are alternatives. We can do things. Every body matters. Their bodies matter, should be protected, should be safe, have the right to some form of housing and a place to sleep at the end of the night. And that's where I'm challenged, is what we're saying right now. What I'm hearing is that there's only two populations that we can really help, and that's because of money. And that's a challenge for me when anybody stops and says it's just money, when there are always ways to figure out more. So that's all I have to say.
And I want to thank you for that. It was certainly not my intention to say that everything is negative. I think it's a frustrating thing on the part of staff, to be honest, that we feel like sometimes we're in the position of having to say no a lot. One of the things I would mention is, during the presentation, one of the things we talked about is it's all about design. So again, this goes back to what Wendy was saying about what is the will, what is the outcome, and what is the efficiency and effectiveness. And if there is a program that can be designed, then great. I don't think that there is necessarily a staff bias to any particular thing. I would also say that one of the big tenets of the 8,000 meetings I attend today is about how do we do more with less? How do we help people who are currently falling through the cracks? What are those different things that are working? For example, you know, in partnership with like Built for Zero type of organizations and our continuum of care and national literature, are there things that are a good fit for Boulder? And so I hope, and it sounds like that I was somewhat unsuccessful in this, but I hope that we can convey that we are not entrenched in these particular resources and paths. This is what we are currently implementing. There are some changes that have been made recently. There's certainly the will to help people in their homelessness, and whatever mean we can do it in a smart and well thought out manner, that's where we want to be.
The tiny homes, I think one thing I know that someone mentioned earlier about tiny homes that I did want to clarify is tiny homes, if it's safe, decent housing, can be a perfectly good solution, a perfectly good permanent housing solution to end someone's homelessness. So that's not something that we're opposed to. One of the challenges with that solution can be just given the scarcity of land in Boulder for housing people experiencing homelessness or housing anyone, then that's not a very dense solution, right? And so when we've worked before on siting homelessness housing, you think about that, that rare, precious piece of land and getting homelessness housing on it, then, one of the questions that is asked really, even if it's very good housing, is about the density and making the most of that space. But again, that's something that the community could choose, right? But there's, all tiny.
Wendy, I'm going to pause you right there for a second. This is what I mean by this is a great example. Yes, that is a challenge. However, how we frame that by saying that
I wonder though if we can save the discussion, just because we haven't really gotten to our break yet even.
Wendy, are you going to be here for the discussion?
Yep.
Okay, great. Usually staff that present leave at that point for our discussion group. So this is the time where we talk with staff before they leave. But if you're going to be here for our discussion, that'd be great.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jack.
Yeah. I wanted to jump in both kind of in chair position, and I'm going to actually hold other thoughts that I have until the discussion piece. I know, or I believe we have some people waiting to speak in public participation. So I'm just thinking maybe it's time to wrap this up and get some input from the public into this, and then we'll come back to the discussion. So Brenda, there you are. Hi, Brenda.
Turn off so I'm not distracting.
Can we move into that phase and see who we have there?
Sure. Before we began, you had discussed taking a break just to give everyone 5 or 10 minutes at some point during the meeting.
Okay.
So I ask that now, perhaps. And I just also wanted to share that Jean Hilaire is still with us. He had to log out of his computer and log back in with his phone. So he is still attending the meeting, and I'm sure will chime in as he can with his phone later during the discussion.
Okay, then I'd suggest, since we have people stacked up and waiting, that we just do a 5-minute. Will that suffice for everyone? Okay. All right, so we'll do a 5-minute break. We'll be back here at 8:12.
Great. And I'll just share really quickly, if I may, if you would like to participate in the public comment portion, you can raise your hand at any time from now going forward by using the raise hand button that will be found in your participant box by clicking on the participant icon and then clicking on the raised hand. So you can use the break time to find that if you wish.
Thanks, Brenda. Brenda?
Yeah, while we're still on break real quick, I just wanted to check in with Jean Hilaire to make sure that you have the functionality that you need on your phone.
Yes, I do have the functionality. Can you hear me?
We
I can
can.
hear you. Okay, yes. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to put my kids to bed while we guys are still talking. I don't want to show the camera on that.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I put you on mute, so you can unmute yourself as you need to.
How do our hands look, Brenda?
So far, we still just have one, but we do have some other members of the general public. So I want to do one more call just to let people know where to raise your hand should you wish to speak. If you find your options menu by scrolling either at the bottom or the top of your screen, you'll see the participants icon. Click on that icon and you will find a raise hand button. By raising your hand, you can indicate to us that you would like to participate in public comment. And you can do that until Jacques or Lindsay says you can't. So far we just have Darren.
And Brenda, folks have 3 minutes again?
That's up to you all, but I believe that's what the agenda states. Would you like to stick to the 3 minutes?
My impulse says yes, because we're behind schedule.
All right.
Jacques, what do you think?
Yeah, I think we need to stick to the 3 minutes. And depending if more hands come up,
Mm-hmm. Great.
see what happens there.
And do we want to make sure we see all the faces of the members before we begin?
I would like to. How about we give another minute and a half or so,
Great.
2 minutes. See if we can get
when you're ready.
I have
others
a
back.
question. Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm. Yep,
Can
Judy?
Thanks. So usually at our HAB meetings, as you know, we sometimes ask questions of the people speaking the listening session. And I think that's one of our best things we do really well. Can we do that at this one if we want?
Yeah, I think, and Lindsay, with you on this one, I think if you raise a hand while someone's speaking to indicate that you have a follow-up that you'd like to do with them, definitely, we can do that.
Cool. So folks will have 3 minutes, and then we as commissioners might have follow-up questions, and then people can respond outside of those 3 minutes.
Yeah, if we have a follow-up question for them, we can extend that 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks, Judy.
A technical reminder to board and commission members, because of your co-host status of the meeting, you do not have a raise hand button. So as you have been doing, you need to raise a physical hand to indicate that you would like to speak.
As we're still missing quite a few, Lindsay, maybe we give it another couple minutes or I hate to keep pushing it back, but.
Well, I wonder, I feel kind of funny, like limiting the time that people can speak and then like waiting for much longer for people. I wonder.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
People can begin
and I'm only seeing
I think we're just missing
Claire, who may not be coming back on video right now, and Sarah, who is your ex officio. I believe
and
everyone else back.
Terry. I'm missing Terry, but yeah, let's go ahead. I mean, it's 8:16 now, so let's go ahead.
Yeah, I agree.
And begin.
And I'm muted. All right. So we have 2 now. So we have Darren O'Connor first and followed by Lynn Siegel. And as a reminder, unfortunately, community members, we will not be able to turn on your video for your comments. You will be audio only. So Darren, I am unmuting you now.
Hi everyone, Darren O'Connor here. I'm
criminal justice chair of the NAACP Boulder County and an advocate with long-term interest in homelessness in Boulder, and now an attorney after going to law school because of this issue being so important to me. And I'm really grateful that you're all here tonight. I really appreciate the questions that have been asked. And one of the things I think you as a group have hit on is that there is this prevalent attitude at HSBC and among city staff that if we build it, that is provide service beds, they will come. We'll be overwhelmed with people coming to Boulder. And there's a corollary to that message that goes out, which is if we reduce the beds, they will leave. And I think if you look at the point in time count over the years, and you see that even in the last year when we've been hearing that we've been doing a great job at getting people housed, and I commend us for doing that as a city and county, but even as we have supposedly removed so many people from homelessness, the numbers barely changed. This year, it went up from last year, even as we're hearing how great the system is. I was part of the point in time count this year, and I can tell you that half the people we talked to on the streets didn't want to be counted, and we probably barely touched the people who were on the streets. I know from Mr. Bill Sweeney from the year 2016, when BOHO was working with the city to provide day services, we had 4,884 unique individuals have contact with the different areas of our service agencies, 4,884. We've seen since 2017 something like 4,700 listed on the single adult homelessness dashboard. We know all of these numbers are an undercount. So HSBC data, with my last minute, I want to say is completely non-transparent. The data that we're getting from the city, completely non-transparent. I've done Quora requests requesting, Colorado Open Records Act requests, anonymized data that could help us fill in the gaps of some of our information. I've been refused at the county level and at the city level. HSBC has exactly one, I believe, person with lived experience on it. That happened only after being in existence for a year and we, the community, complaining about it. And the last thing I want to share is that in March, our severe weather shelter and all our shelters were full. I called city staff. I'm not going to out them, but they're on this Zoom meeting and said, check the numbers. I know people are being turned away. It turned out 19 people were turned away on one night when it snowed in Boulder. And that is cruel and unusual punishment that we give people camping tickets. That is still happening. It's got to change. We need a board. I'm going to end. We need a board with independence and made up of at least half or more people with lived experience to get the truth about what people are experiencing on our streets, because it's horrible that we don't have that information and we don't have anyone homeless on this meeting speaking to you tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Darren. I think we have some questions for you. I see that Judy has a hand up. So Judy, why don't you go ahead? You're muted, Judy.
Sorry. You missed hearing the howl outside my window too a little earlier. Thank you, Darren. And could you just give us a little summary of actual changes you would like to see?
Yeah, so first of all, we've seen our bed count go from a capacity of about 350 when Boulder Outreach for Homeless Overflow was operating to now today 110. And one of the things I think many of you have touched on this, but we're never going to house everyone. We're housing something like 7 to 10% by the city's own numbers. And what I want to see, Judy, is that people's suffering is reduced, that we respect their dignity, provide them day shelter, things like day shelters where people don't have to just go to the library and find out that it's closed. And right now that's every day. And while it's horrible in the winter when that happens, and that has been addressed after community outcry, the lack of any day shelter now, when it's, I think it was 95 today here in Boulder. Being outside all day is terrible. The other thing I would like to see is a stop relying on the police and criminalization through camping tickets, which has been found to be cruel and unusual in the Ninth Circuit. Our neighbor, I mistakenly went to the Municipal building tonight thinking this meeting was there. I'll avoid sharing why, but I saw a woman right outside there with a tent that I talked to in March, who has had a camping ticket, who spoke to me tonight. She has, it's not changing, you know, this reduce the services and they will leave.
Or maybe it's just me. Can you repeat just sort of the last minute of what you said?
Yeah, I was saying that tonight I ended up at the Municipal building as through a mistake of my own at about 6 o'clock. I was there with a tent I'd seen in March, and in March she had 1 camping ticket. She now has 5 camping tickets. It is not solving anything to issue tickets and make people march up to the court and go through the criminal justice as a form of social services. I appreciate that we have homeless navigators. I appreciate the kindness of the people who work at the court and even the city prosecutor, Chris Reynolds, and the efforts he's put in. But folks should never have to end up in the criminal justice system simply because they don't have that 110 that's going to reiterate 350 in 2016. So my first and foremost call is that we recognize the dignity of all those who cannot get housing, whether they're from here, Texas, Florida, wherever they're from.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Darren. So Brenda, who do we have next?
Next up, we have Lynn Siegel. Lynn, I'm going to unmute you. You should be able to unmute now.
I can't unmute me.
There you are.
Yeah. Well, it's just the discussion that I expected. And I want to see a more nuanced discussion than this. And I want to see some more back and forth. And I want to see some more casual opinions and everything. Everyone's so freaking formal. Can you hear me properly? Because Darren was really coming in poorly.
Yes.
Yep. Lindsay, I can see you. That's kind of a yes. Yeah, cool. Okay. I hate when that happens. The tiny home situation. Stop bothering with it. When you're giving $1 million subsidy to a guy at 1725 and 1727 Pearl, just this last Thursday, what are you talking about tiny homes for? The property value is going up so much. You know, Jean, speak truth to power. Thank you so much. Right on. You know, you want to stack 50 tiny homes on top of one another, then you can afford it in Boulder. Right? We all know that. Snap out of it, people. Alpine Balsam, city owns that. Put a bunch of homeless housing there? That's going to be tough, isn't it? If you all want to keep your jobs, you staffers, Wendy and Lisa, whatever, you know, we've already got furloughs. You know, the city can't do it. No one can do it. Boulder Housing Partners, funded by the Community Foundation. It's called Philanthropy is the Barometer of Social Injustice. That's your mantra. Say that over and over again. The opportunity zone, that's helping property values in Boulder? I don't think so. None of you think so. Where did this thinking come from? You know, I grew up on Mercer Island, which is a real island like Boulder, except that it's surrounded by water. You know, Paul Allen from Microsoft has, you know, 8 houses at the south end for $32 million. Housing's cheaper in Seattle, what can you say? I lived with a Black family there, actually. He was a gastroenterologist. And my mom died of leukemia, probably what she got from when we lived here in Boulder, when the fire happened at Rocky Flats. So she died. So I moved in with this Black family. And, you know, Mercer Island is really, you know, enclosed in terms of the property value there. Boulder doesn't have to be quite so much, but it is. It really is. And the only thing that's going to stop this is stop the subsidies. The guys at 1725 Pearl did not need 3 stories. They did not.
Lynn, can you
38 feet, but they didn't.
Can you give us a quick wrap up here?
3 stories. I had, you know, you said you spent $1 million. It was, I forget which one, Wendy or Lisa said you spent $1 million. Well, I spent on you know, the homeless.
Lynn, I think that you've gone over your 3. I think that we probably got your points. And I want to see if anybody has any questions for you from either of the boards.
I just wanted to say one more thing. I had 17 people in my house one summer, and I made $79,000 that year on Airbnb illegally. Okay. And I had no complaints in my neighborhood of Mapleton
I'm
Hill.
going to have to ask you to, Lynn,
And I did it a lot cheaper than $1 million.
Lynn, please.
You could.
Thank you.
Sorry, Lynn.
Sorry, Lynn. I'll talk to you personally about that, but I do think we got your point. And I actually will speak to that a little bit during the discussion portion of this. Brenda, do we have anybody else who is waiting?
We do have one more.
Okay,
We have
so I thought.
Sweeney. So, Mr. Sweeney, I am going to ask you to unmute now. You should be able to unmute.
Am I on? I'm getting a sign that says I'm not.
You are on. Yep.
Oh, good. Thank you. So I wanted to thank you all for having this opportunity tonight. I'm Bill Sweeney, and among other things, I work with the Bridge House. I wanted to take off a little bit from where Darren spoke and speak to the fact that what we are hearing tonight is a position from city staff that in essence defends the city status quo. There is no other voice here that speaks as the homeless or speaks from a studied position of the homeless problem. There's no one here that speaks as the extremely poor or speaks from the point of view of poverty. Rather than hassling about one or another of this or that detail in the city's plans, I think we ought to be looking at creating a voice, a fixed voice, an informed voice for the homeless and the very poor. Whether that's a new committee or whether that's a specific charter and force enhancement for the CAB or the HRC or some other group, it still should be there. I think that the general strategic question that we're all wrestling with and that every so often staff seems to come back to is in some senses, this is not a Boulder City issue. Staff seems to at times say this has been imposed by the commissioners, by Boulder County. Perhaps it has. If that's the case, then why is that not how the dialogue is being conducted? If Boulder does have the choice to make its own decisions as a home rule city, then why do we have that sort of backup that we have to do what the county has to do? Don't really get that part, and unless someone's studying the issue, I don't think there's going to be a good answer. Those are my thoughts for tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jacques?
Yeah, sorry, Bill. I was slow getting to my mute button there. I think we may have some questions. Lindsay, did you have a hand up for Bill?
Did.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Bill, thanks. I'm wondering if you, this kind of thing that's come up in both of, like in 2 of the public comments, you know, people who dedicate a lot of their work into working with the homeless community. What do you think? I wonder if you can talk more about what you imagine for some kind of board representative voice charter enhancement. Darren mentioned half of the people on the board with lived experience. I wonder if you can like give us more specific suggestions like that.
I sure would. Yes, I think one important thing is to hear from people with lived experience. I think another important thing is to hear directly from providers, not filtered through the city that pays for them. I think another important area is to hear directly from the people of the city, whether they are on one side or the other. There should be a very broad representation of points of view. And that group, whatever that group is, should be chartered to spend their time looking into this so that they aren't in the position of being told by staff, well, here are the answers to the questions City Council wants answered, and we think those are the answers you ought to give. That's not really what I think of as a good democratic use of the skills of the citizens who participate.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you, Bill. Anybody else with questions for Bill? Bill, and I know I received your letter that you sent. Thank you for that. I believe everybody else here should have also received it. And Mason's shaking her head. I'll make sure it gets sent out again to everybody else. I thought it went to both board and the commission. But
I sent a note to the city manager and the city council. The HAB email is broken.
Okay. Yeah, Mason's nodding that she hasn't seen it either. So we will we'll look into that. But thank you. I just want to thank you for your very thoughtful input in that letter that we saw.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Brenda, how are we looking? Is that the end of the hands?
That's the end of the hands. We have no other participants.
Okay. So Lindsay, I suppose we shall then move on to our board discussion. And I wanted to make a comment and just kind of pass it by you, Lindsay. It seems to me like the focus from both the commission and the board members is fairly well aligned from the comments that I've been listening to and hearing. And so in some ways, I think that our initial thought to kind of separate into two pieces may be moot, and we should go ahead and open it to the joint meeting. What's your thought?
I agree. And I want a caveat, are there just any clarifying questions that one commission feels like it could benefit from hearing from the other commission before we get into discussion? Seeing thoughtful looks, pensive looks.
Okay, I suppose also what we can do is just say during the discussion, if something does pop up and you specifically wish to direct it to either staff, who, thank you, is still with us,
Thank you.
or the other, a member of the opposite board or commission, then we can do that also, so we can get it in there. Okay. So with that, as far as managing the discussion, I think we'll just take hands. And again, I think, Lindsay, what you did last time was great, where we kind of tried to shift between commission, board. So we'll look to do that. So be patient and we'll get to you. Okay. Lindsay, should I call hands this time? Or does it matter to you?
It doesn't really matter to me, no.
I'll go ahead then and call hands this time around, and we can get going. Judy.
I think this has been really helpful, and I would hope that we come up with actual recommendations. It does seem like we're in a lot of alignment. I hope we do come up with specific recommendations to pass on to staff. I realize that this is just going to be sent as recording for feedback, but we're still able is my understanding, to make recommendations to council. And I really hope we do that. And so I wanted to just go through the questions, and then I'll probably be just listening for most of the time. As far as question 1, do we have input on interventions? And yes, I do. And I think that the options that we're looking at really do meet all the criteria of the evaluation changes in the housing strategy that were mentioned in the beginning. I think that I'm an advocate of housing first, actually, and I think it's a really good strategy. And I think that staff has done a great job in many, many areas. And certainly I've never questioned their caring and passion for the people they work with and work for, I guess. But to me, housing first doesn't mean housing only. It means housing first. And so I think that many other programs are needed, and I'm going to focus on those aspects. As far as encampments,
Judy, sorry, I'm going to interrupt you really quickly. Jay, we're only seeing your desktop, not the presentation with the questions. Sorry, Judy, I just wanted to make sure that we were seeing what Jay wanted us to be seeing.
Oh, okay. You mean we were seeing a person skiing or something? Okay.
He was intending to show the questions you're responding to.
That's probably where he'd really rather be right now. Okay.
Perfect.
So as far as encampments, actually, I was going to suggest that this one was complicated and maybe we table it, but actually Mason convinced me that this is really something to look at. And I'll leave that discussion for others, except to say a couple things. And one is that an interesting FYI is in Boulder's history, historic Boulder had a camper renting almost every single backyard in Boulder, because Boulder was considered such a wonderful, healthy place to live. And even in the winter. And so the argument that this isn't a good climate for that has been disproven by Boulder's own history. Let's see what else I have under that. I also think that the data, if we look at other data than what the city was able to present to us tonight, we'll see that it is viable and does have good outcomes in many places. It is perhaps the most problematic of all of the suggestions, I realize, but there are places where it's been successful. As far as safe parking, there's just tons of information that validates that there are better outcomes for safe parking than for shelters as far as getting people transitioned into housing. And of course, day shelter, you know, I remember Carriage House very well, which then became Bridge House, and they just provided so many services for so many people. Oh, the one thing I left out of encampments was we have to remember that there are some people, and I've met some of them, who can't live in a house. They can't, whatever's going on with them, they can't do it. And so I think it's pretty important that we have a place where they can live safely if they can't live indoors. So day shelter, I'm for. The tiny homes, HRC may or may not know that HAB had a whole session on tiny homes. And it seems that the biggest issue with tiny homes right now for the city is that the land is so unaffordable. And I think there's two different ways of paying for that. And one is a portion of city-owned property. And the other is like the project being done for veterans in Longmont. It's a win-win-win situation for everything. A developer who has a piece of land that they're going to use for residential development or maybe mixed-use development donates a portion of that land to a nonprofit, donates paying for setting up the utilities and all that, gets a fabulous write-off, gets it through this. They got it through the city of Longmont in 1 year instead of 4 years. So it's a win for them, and it makes it a financially viable proposition. As far as people who've written into us, somebody did suggest the idea of using empty office space and converting it to mixed use. I want to lay that out. Somebody else also suggested I don't know if I just got it or if other people got it, but that there are hotels in Boulder that are struggling, and that the city could negotiate with them to lease the whole hotel for the duration of certainly the COVID pandemic, for a portion, for a reasonable rate. And for me, a key thing is to have an orientation where staff would really do outreach to go after developers and nonprofits and other entities to partner with them, and a group effort to raise money. I know that that Kristen's talked about fundraising before. I also think that there's a big issue with homeless advocates and people who have lived experience aren't feeling heard in the city. And so I suggest something, and Mason and I have talked about that as well. I suggest something to address that. I also want to suggest 2 pieces of material that might be of interest to staff. There's a publication called Hidden in Plain Sight, Finding Safe Parking for Vehicle Residents. It's 42 pages and it's from Seattle, King County. And then also there's a book that's for sale for $149, but it's a whole manual from Santa Barbara, a nonprofit called the New Beginnings Counseling Center. And it's a whole manual on the safe parking programs. And it would save you a lot of time if that's the direction the city goes in. For the other questions, 2, 3, and 4, let's see. So I do recommend some sort of oversight, as I'm guessing Mason will discuss, so that people who've not been heard from can participate in the conversation. And as far as the question about the current balancing of resources among vulnerable populations, I didn't get enough information on that to have I don't right now have any idea of any specific populations that I feel are being ignored, and maybe there are, I just don't have enough information. But do board members, number 4, have input on alignment of the homeless strategy programs with national evidence-based programs and best practices? So my background is nonprofits, and I deal in issues like best practices and evidence-based programs a lot. And I feel that the city might want to revisit the data collection they did and actually talk to the providers in even just the cities where they've already gathered data, because I think these extra programs definitely align with evidence-based practices. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Jack, you're muted.
Sorry, having problems with my button. Mason, go ahead. You're muted.
I know we're switching off and on, but was there someone? I can't see everybody else.
I didn't see anybody else. Whoops. Sorry, my screen just shifted on me.
Yeah, me too.
Share screens, it becomes limited how many folks you can see at a time, but there is an arrow so that you can scroll through and find everyone.
Right. Okay. And I think I have everybody up who's here, and I didn't notice any hands from HRC yet. So I was going to say, go ahead, Mason.
Okay, I'm going to just kind of be relatively succinct because Judy hit on a lot of what I was thinking as well. I sent out to everybody the 2020 vision plan that we had been working on. I don't know, my years are blurring right now, but back in January and February, right before we got tabled, and our next meeting was going to be on the unhoused. So several of us had kind of worked on the 2020 vision plan, and what it seemed like we kept coming up against, which I wrote in the opening statements on that, is that if we piecemeal out all of these different elements to a comprehensive plan and put it through a public process, what it does is kind of what I was getting back to with Wendy, is it hinders our ability to educate the community that we have a full comprehensive plan and that these are the details to it, and this is how we capture or create a net for all of the individuals that are different, that need different services. So we know that Just a Housing First program, which is awesome, it's not an and or, it's awesome, and we need more tools to catch the rest of the individuals that are falling through the cracks. So in the 2020 vision plan, we listed out the coordinated entry, which isn't going anywhere, and then all of the other elements that, so the camping ban, the overnight shelter, the safe parking, and the miscellaneous services that need to support all of those elements in the tiny houses. And going back to kind of what Darren had said too, is human dignity is really key. So knowing that we have all these individuals, and yes, some of them are going to get housing, but the rest of them still need a safe place to put their head every night, and they need to be treated with dignity. So when we talk about encampments, we know that there's a percentage of population that are kind of resistant to getting into shelters or other locations. For anybody who doesn't know, I was homeless for about 3.5 years, and I wouldn't go into any of those facilities because I didn't feel safe. So there is, then some people just feel safer being in tents, being in smaller encampments. So those to me are important, and being able to have a sanctioned encampment that has a structure to it. Safe parking, we're getting ready. I mean, we're watching what's happening on the coast. We're getting ready to get hit with all of that that's happening on the coast. And people, the first thing they think about when they're losing their house, if they don't want to live on the streets, which, you know, a majority of individuals don't want to, they think about, can I live in my car? Can I convert a van? I mean, we already have a little over 3.5 million people that were already living mobily. I think that number is low, just because it is difficult to count people. So I think we're going to see huge numbers of this. So providing safe parking places for it. Tiny homes, Judy hit on that about the cost. It's not about buying land and putting houses permanently on it. The beauty of the tiny house movement that we're seeing in Denver and other areas is that we have a 3 to 4 year process. Like, let's look at Diagonal Plaza. I mean, look at all of that parking that's there. But the original plan that we had with the tiny houses is that you would move them just like what Beloved does down in Denver, is that you move it to a different spot. So it's not about buying the land underneath it, and that's how you keep the prices lower. Skipping back a little bit to safe parking, the other thing that's unique to Boulder with safe parking is that we have a lot of trailheads and dog parks, growing gardens that are empty from dusk until dawn, and almost all of those locations have bathrooms and services provided to them. If we marked off, like take North Boulder Park for instance, or I should say it's Flatirons Park, the one way up north, you know, there's probably 60 parking spots up there. You tape off 6 spots, and when people come for safe parking spots, what they do is just like a dog tag. You go watch a 5-minute video, you still pay fees for your parking permit, you put them in your car on the back of the window, and it pulls people out of neighborhoods. It safely parks them into one of these parking spots that they go to. They have trash, they have all their services provided for them. They've contributed to the community because that parking ticket, that permit pass might be $300 for a quarter or something like that, and they prove that they're working in the community or something like that. So it's safe parking for a reason. There's ways to implement that and utilize the services we already have as a city. Day shelters, and Judy brought up something that I'm glad you reminded me of, is the office space. So a couple of my clients are like from Google and some of these places that just built these monstrosities of office buildings. And the joke is, when is everybody gonna take them? When's all your employees coming back? Well, we know that model shifted. We know that that's changed. And likelihood now that all of those employees are gonna come back to that building is pretty slim. So we have an opportunity here to look at our office space in a different way and consider efficiencies, consider converting them into affordable housing. So it's another opportunity for less money. All of these options are a lot less money than us trying to have to figure out putting everybody into a brick and mortar. So that's my thoughts on doing a filler, the gaps that we're missing on this great program, which is Housing First. We need to fill in those gaps.
Okay, any other hands? Yeah, Jean, you left.
Thanks, Jack. You say my name really well. Do you speak French?
I hope so.
I want to say thank you. No, say it again. Sorry, I couldn't hear. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to say thank you to the city, city staff that did that work, and to, for my first meeting, I think I started to understand what it is about. I would like to say a few things about that situation, but I will use an example to at least make you guys understand better. 10 years ago, I moved to Boulder, and in the corner of Baseline and Baseline and the little frontage road, there used to be a huge amount of little hotels there, and now they're all gone. So when you guys talk about hotels in Boulder, I would like you to know that Boulder gets less and less hotels every day. We need a real, sorry, I can't. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
So we need a really real solution, because today the hotels we have in Boulder, they are not like these little cheap hotels that we used to have in that corner. And the reason I'm saying that is because I heard a few of you keep referring to hotels. And I do understand, and that's a Band-Aid over the problem. So we know, it's like we need to have a real solution about that. The second thing I would like to say is that as a Black man that moved to Boulder, one of the things that I encounter a lot in Boulder is like some of my friends who are, I will say, 90% white, they will always tell me, oh yeah, I read that book about racism. Why don't you read it? That will give you a better understanding. The reason I refer to that is because I live racism every day. And I see that report that city workers do as something like that. It's like they're trying to take, I'll say, false data. Like I said, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, to tell these homeless how to change, the situation for the city. And I don't think that's fair. Boulder has spent a lot of money to be attractive. And I understand homelessness is not a thing that attracts people to Boulder. But it deserves a real solution, a solution that's not treating them. They're already homeless at the first place. They've been mistreated anyway. But they need a solution that will last. It's not like we talk today, you go out, you find a data that doesn't even work, and you put it out there, and these people, what you do is that create more vulnerability in the town. So in the end, I think the only place we have now, it's the Boulder Shelter. And the Boulder Shelter is the only reason I think it's not closed. It's because of the building. They own the building. That's the only thing. And that's the only difference the Boulder Shelter has with all of the other programs they have closed. If we could build a Boulder Shelter, we can't close it. We can build other shelters like that to keep the city, still attractive, even though somebody's homeless, and make sure we take care of them. And in the end, I think, like Bill Sweeney said earlier, the homeless needs a voice. And it's not like city workers that just go out, hire agencies, and do who knows where they found those data and give it to them and bring them. They need a voice. They need real people that can go out, work with them, talk to them and explain to the city what it is, or to the city workers how it works. Spending money on other agencies to help, it's a good thing. To do the studies, I believe it's a good thing. And but I don't think it works until you talk to the people real. It's like, to give you an example about that, is that as a Black man that lives in Boulder, I have a job, okay? I'm a manager where I work, but I'm telling you, if I don't tell somebody the kind of treatment that I receive, if I don't stand up for myself, they will treat me less than the city is treating the homeless today. And I don't think that's fair. So if you don't talk to the homeless to know how they live, I think this data that we get, I don't think we should be using it. And in the end, I think, I'm not saying this report should be thrown into trash, but I don't think anybody should endorse that report. We should come out with it, they can do more, come out with a better solution, or still, since we're in the pandemic time, come out with something that can help for the time being and do something real. And I think these people, the city of Boulder should treat them like they treat everyone else. They're human like we are. They have the same right that we have as people who own houses here, and as people who do not, because not every one of us have the same opportunity. Lane said something that I really appreciate. She said, we give millions to somebody in town. We could have used that millions to build something different to help the homeless, to keep the city attractive. And I think, for me, it's really about, it's a moral issue that these people, they need help. And I understand if the city can give $1 million to these people, but we are complaining about $500,000 to pay for a shelter to housing people that could die. Or the city is using law enforcement to put them in jail all the time. That still costs us money. And I think that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jean. Lindsay.
Thanks, Jean Hilaire. Yeah, the thing that really rises to the top for me, there are two things as far as urgency goes, kind of like umbrella things. One is this idea of like a board or some kind of oversight body that is made up of people who have the lived experience of homelessness. Connected to that, that connects to a few things that we've heard tonight. We've heard that part of the conundrum here is that we have, right, like the very immediate needs of the homeless community. And then we also have concerns from the public, which it seems like we're all on the same page about, like, not really based in data or like real threats to their safety concerns aren't based in. And at the same time, these are some of the voices pulling what we're actually doing as a city, right? Like this input has an impact on what we do. There has to be a way to elevate the voices of people who are most impacted by this issue to balance that out, because the people who are most impacted by this issue can't come to this meeting, can't come to city council for all intents and purposes, right? Like can't, we'll find a lot of difficulty to even be out that late because of the restrictions of the shelter itself, maybe, or for other reasons, with life being chaotic and unpredictable and not having a lot of control. So that feels very urgent for me. And then the other thing is something that we haven't talked so much about, but has come up before, I think, at least in the HRC's conversations, and that is redirecting the energy and the resource of the police away from the homeless community, and having other professionals interact with them, and having more resources to meet their needs, and not having people ending up ticketed or jailed constantly.
Okay. Charlotte?
Actually, I saw Art's hand up first, so I'm happy to let Art. Oh, I guess we're going back and forth, so, or whatever you want. I just don't want to.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let's go ahead and we'll jump back and forth. Charlotte, then Art, and then Danny.
Okay, great. Yeah, Lindsay, thanks for your comments. You know, one of the last question that I asked during the Q&A was about kind of the assumptions that staff makes when tackling these issues. You know, it's an observation of mine that we're moving, you know, much of the city staff and many individuals are moving forward with the assumption that we can't house everyone. And I'm going to challenge us to think that we actually can. And I would like to revisit the camping ban, specifically with relation to the enforcement and policing and violence that is inflicted on these communities when they have nowhere else to go. I was reading the language of the camping ban earlier and just felt just like pretty disgusted by the ways that this community is targeted. And it's, you know, if the community has the will, as I believe Wendy mentioned, if the funding was there, then we actually could house everyone. And if we have the funding, then perhaps it's social workers that are actually dealing with these communities, de-escalating instead of armed cops. So that's something that I think we can discuss down the road. That's kind of a broader ask, but just to touch on something that Judy and also Mason mentioned, I think we should look at how hotels can be a part of the solution, the immediate solution. I know Denver has leveraged a number of its hotels, or at least one, I believe, to house the homeless community this time during COVID. So right in our backyard, our neighbors are doing it. There's no reason why Boulder cannot. And I think that we should explore more resources for day shelter with hygiene stations, more hand washing, something that Mason or Judy mentioned in an email to everyone, especially during COVID. There are barely any places to hand wash during this time, no public restrooms. It's contaminating not only our immediate open space, but you know, other environments as well. And it's just a huge hazard to the community. And, you know, especially when officers are sweeping encampments, it really puts, you know, these individuals in danger. Mobility, the movement of these communities increases transmission rate, and without hand washing stations, without resources to keep these communities safe, let alone beds, you know, I think that this is something that we should explore as an immediate solution. You know, I've been to a number of parks in Lyons where they have like hand washing stations. It's like a pumping water station, like, I don't know what you call those, but that seems like something that could be implemented relatively quickly. So that's all I have to say at this point.
I'm glad Charlotte went first, because I wasn't thinking about the as much as about that question, which I think is a great way to phrase it. And I think it's not even so much maybe what if we housed everyone, because as others have made the point, it's not always about providing housing, but what if we served everyone who's unhoused? What if we provided the valuable kind of services they need? And some of that's housing, some of that's temporary shelter, some of that's just a safe place for them to park themselves. So I appreciate that you brought that up again and put that forward, because I think that's a great way to think about how we have that broader view and that vision for a better way of approaching all this. I wanted to reiterate basically three points, largely what Lindsay said, which is we've had it coming in front of the HRC, a number of folks, Darren and others, talk about issues with the current services. And that's been a question we've had come up. Does there need to be some sort of ombuds person? Is there some way to build more accountability into the system? So I fully agree with this idea of an oversight committee made up at least, whether it's 50% as in the proposal or something like that, of people with lived experience. I think that's necessary. A second point, which is also in that 2020 unhoused vision plan that I really like, but it's that grouping of services that Mason keeps talking about, so that we do a better job with addressing the public perception and the need to communicate well with residents across the city of Boulder, and to provide some education that if we only do it piecemeal, each one of those things gets kind of picked apart. So I do agree with addressing it more comprehensively. And as Lindsay pointed out, one of the more recent things we've been discussing is shifting services away from the police. The homeless outreach team should not necessarily be under the guise of the police. It should be through a different kind of agency with a different set of skills, and also to help with that public perception. If you have an issue and you're calling the homeless outreach team and it's the police you're calling, it's helping you put that in this idea of it's a criminal behavior versus it's some other behavior where folks have other needs. So I like the 2020 unhoused vision plan. I think it covers a lot of that. So let's come up with some good recommendations.
Okay, thanks, Art. Danny, you're up.
So I guess, am I on? I can't hear if I don't know if I'm, all right. So I think the first thing I want to point out, I think Mr. Sweeney brought this up. I think Mr. O'Connor brought this up too. And a lot of us have had this conversation regarding the fact that it's really tough to be having the Zoom conference and the people who are looking to serve can't participate in it. And I just want to underscore for everybody that we started talking about this, I think it was December or November. And our original plan was to go to a place and provide a setting where we can really focus on getting the input from the people who we need to get the input from. And I think that the fact that we're dealing with this is one of the unfortunate realities of, the way the world is right now, but it really underscores the fact of the things that are lacking for a community that, needs and deserves a voice. And so this is a really good example of that fact, because obviously I don't think there's a lot of laptops that everybody has access to and Wi-Fi right now to participate. And so we really wanted to be in a different setting, in a different forum right now. And so I just wanted to underscore that for everybody, just kind of going back a few months before COVID. The other point that I was addressing before is also the unfortunate reality that I think we're going to be dealing with the confluence of two very significant trends that are inevitably going to happen, which is a real shortfall in budgets. And we have to take that reality into consideration here because it's absolutely going to happen. The second thing is that there's going to be a much higher demand for services because, everybody likes to pretend that, we're through this or whatever, but, the economic realities of everything that's gone on and continues to go on will come to the fore more and more. And from that perspective, I just want to tie it to a lot of the things that I know Mason brought up and that everybody's brought up here, which is, and something that for the past year, I know with the Housing Advisory Board, one of the things that we've really kind of been pushing and exploring, which is the notion that given the finite resources that we had even before COVID, innovation, flexibility, and creativity are absolutely paramount to try to tackle problems that are, beyond the easy grasp or easy scope of resolution. And so from that perspective, giving everybody props here. Things that I heard that I absolutely agree with is innovation and policy enforcement. And, you don't need to be policing the homeless as much as reaching out to them, reaching out to that community from a community perspective. And I think that's an absolutely important thing. I think it's imperative. And I think it will really help, because especially if we can figure out some other means of providing assistance. So in other words, we're much more likely, if we have people, social work background or whatever it is, communicate to people where they can go for safe parking, which is, to me, absolutely imperative and such a pressing need, because again, that's you see it even with the graduations now. People have been doing the graduation parades. People, when you don't have a home to rely on, your car becomes your next form of shelter in a lot of ways. And so I think focusing on being able to orient people to where they can be safe, where they can park, where they can camp, what resources are available to them, because I think that's one of the biggest issues here too, is communicating what might be available to a community that doesn't have the same means of getting that information readily available to them. So that's where the emphasis really should go, I think. And so I just really think this whole concept of innovation is imperative. And I do support, in staff, when we were talking about the notion of, we're talking about housing first and the local aspect, or the local priority for housing first. And I do support that, because I think it's pragmatic and it's very real. But Art, you brought up that issue of resources and solutions, and that's a different thing. And for that, I think, that should be global, and our focus should be on how do we provide those in the most effective way, so that we're not disseminating those between where somebody came from or whatever it is, but we're really trying to tackle the problem. Because reaching out to the community on something where people have a lot of guttural reactions to it without any basis of knowledge or fact or anything, one of the biggest things that you can say is, if this is a community problem, we're solving it as a community, and the benefit is for everybody in a lot of pragmatic ways as well. So that's my thought on this. I just think innovation is going to be something that really has to come to the fore in the next few months. I think it's going to become a very, very challenging issue. I feel personally, this is a good first step. We're all stuck by the, what we're dealing with right now in terms of the pragmatism. But I think if this could be continued, to another forum where we, sorry, I got a bunch of 13-year-olds in my house. Another forum where we have an opportunity to reach out to the community that we're trying to address and serve here. I think it still is something that would be very advisable and would be really effective. And so I'm way open to continuing this conversation in that forum as well. That's all I have. Sorry.
Okay, thanks, Danny. Stan, I think you may be the only one who hasn't made comment. Art has his hand up again for some more, so I'll go to you, Art.
Yeah, just a quick comment, which for, several people have brought up, it's only going to get worse. And I'm not sure in the 2020 Unhoused Vision Plan whether it addresses that, like on a large scale. Like, if we had to respond in the way that we've been planning to respond to COVID-19 and, triage centers and stuff like that, how would we do it around this issue? So maybe Mason or whoever else worked on that vision plan could talk about ideas on that.
Yeah, Mason, I'm going to call on you in a minute. I just want to see hands for who has seen the 2020 vision plan from the boards and commissions. Has everybody had that in their inbox? Okay. All right. So Mason, would you follow up on Art's?
Yeah, so Art, you're right that this was written pre-COVID, and to me, if I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of somebody who's unhoused, which part of what I wrote in the motions that I sent out later was an oversight committee, because I think reviewing all the policies and everything that comes through, one of the things that I did with the Unvisioned when we had it was I drifted it in front of quite a few key players that are providing services to kind of get their input to see where it was at. But it is only a shell of where we're going. And yes, COVID's going to require a lot more of everything. And to me, what I liked about what we were putting together was that we were touching on each one of the stones in the areas that we need. Is it going to scale up to everything that we may need? No. Or I don't know, because I don't think we know the full impact of what's going to come our way. But at least this way, the hope is that we're getting in front of the ball. Right now, it's coming our direction, and we're not doing anything. I mean, no offense, Wendy or Vicky, it's not like we're not doing anything, but we've already had these major gaps for a while, and we need to get on the ball and get in front of them as much as possible. And so I think we can simultaneously do all of these things for very little amounts of money as compared to trying to force everybody into a house. So does that answer your question, Art?
Okay, Judy?
So this has been great to listen to, and I just want to comment on a few things. The first is that I hope that staff that's listening doesn't think we're extremely naive and, oh, let's have encampments and let's have safe parking and let's put on a play. You know, we're only talking in the broad picture right now, but we recognize there's a specificity that's needed. For example, in the safe parking, Mason alluded to one approach of people buying tickets. There's many other approaches where people could enter in order to stay in safe parking. They're thereby entering the coordinated entry system and can get services and are required to maybe at least talk to people about it or something. I mean, there's things that can be done so it's not so nebulous, oh great. And I think that our two boards can help with that, because we can, without having to have a public meeting, up to 2 people from each board and commission could meet with staff to help them get into the specifics of some of that. Also, the concern about shortfall of budget is very real, and I honor it. I do think that those people who are in charge of adjusting the budget will recognize that, number one, human survival is probably the highest one of all the city budget needs. But also places like the Community Foundation raised tons of money really fast to address COVID. And I think that Boulder is such a wealthy place. I think there's opportunities, when Danny was talking about creativity, to raise money. I also think that tonight is our only chance to reach council right now when they're making some broad decisions. And I agree with Danny that we can go on and talk about these things with more specificity at another time. But I really hope tonight that we come up with some recommendations. And as a framework, I'm especially interested in using Mason's idea as her idea as broad. We recommend it. We know that it's broad and can be filled in, but then go through some of the specific recommendations that she mentioned and adding in a couple that have come in tonight, like about the one about COVID, and I think another 1 or 2 came up. I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just tag on. It is a broad framework. And the cool thing is between our boards is that we could look at if it's something that we wanted to move forward on, we could immediately start looking at or recommending to City Council the Oversight Committee. And while the Oversight Committee is being addressed, we can divide up into little tiny committees that address, okay, how do we want to approach camping encampments? How do we want to approach safe parking? So everybody take a little piece and work on it and then come back again with more firmer recommendations as we, and it can go to the oversight committee of like, what do you think of this? Are we in the right direction? What do we need to adjust? But it's steps.
Okay. I'm not seeing any hands up. I guess I'm going to put in my 2 cents worth now. And a couple of things. One is I do want to check in and say I only saw Mason's latest email because I was in transit on my way here now as I opened up that email with your suggested motions and the like there. So 2 things. From chair position, we are already well over time. And I just want to kind of get a thumbs up from everybody out there that we're good to continue. Or if we need to, somebody thinks we need to wrap it up. So Danny's like, aren't the kids asleep yet, Danny? Come on. So shall we continue? Is that kind of what I'm getting? Okay. So that's the first piece. I will probably come back to you, Mason, at some point with you giving these motions that you presented here. And the one thing we were talking about with this meeting and Mason was getting to and a few others have commented on is we were just gonna, because of the time frame, we were thinking we're just gonna end up with council listening to these kind of individual perspectives and we wouldn't have time to cobble something together. I'm hopeful that we actually can cobble something together and give a message to council because what I'm hearing from all the board and commission members here, there's a lot of balance. I think a lot of the agreement is encompassed within what Mason has put forth here already. So I don't know that we have that far to travel. So that's kind of the direction I want to take. And Lindsay, if you think that's a good way to go, we can do that.
Yes, so you mean getting agreement around the motions?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Correct. And using the 2020 vision plan as a framework, basically, as Mason has presented it. Mason, can I ask you quickly, and I could probably find that out, but you'll be able to answer quicker. Did this go out to everybody on HRC and HAB? Okay, so everyone should have that in your inbox. It was 420.
It went out to HAB and HRC's general email. So if somebody's not on that, then that might be an issue, but it went out to both general emails.
Okay, all right, great, thanks. I'm gonna just put in like I said, my 2 cents now, and then we'll move forward unless there's any further discussion. I think one of the things that strikes me the most, and a little shout out to Lynn here, even though I cut you off, is that Lynn's point is, I feel, very accurate. And this doesn't have to do just with HAB and affordable housing and our discussions and how those discussions move forward, but it really comes down to what will this community and what will we as board and commission members commit ourselves to. And at this point in time, I think we're seeing from so many angles that deflecting our eyes and our gaze from what's going on doesn't work, and it's not acceptable. And so these questions that are in front of us now and this joint meeting, even though I was uncertain about how it would roll, I think is really critical, and it's what we really need to do. And if we have to take it upon ourselves to give a strong message to council, then we have to take it on ourselves to give a strong message to council. And I do think that we live in a town that is pushed by those voices that are easily heard. And so I want to step behind, and I've been kind of keeping a rolling list here. I want to step behind the concept of this oversight and getting voices heard that need to be heard. I think that's really important and critical. I have my own personal small experiences, both with camping and with parking. years ago, and I have some sense of what that is. And it was always just a search for safety. I happened to be in the hills of Malibu when Charles Manson was running around trying to park my car. So it was a sense of safety. But that is critical. And I think it's critical that we get those voices heard, and not just represented by us. So that's one piece that I'm really strongly looking at. I'm going to just put a quick thumbs up on parking and encampments and Mason's motions here to say, let's get some pilot project in place as soon as possible. Again, I know money is an issue. Those specifics and details are going to be questionable, but again, there's a lot of money in this town. And I think, although it's not the right way to be funding these things through philanthropy, in my mind, it is a way, and with the time frame that we have and with COVID and budget crisis that we're going to end up in here, I think it's something we should pursue. Tiny homes, parking encampments, very important, the service component to be aligned with these things also simultaneously, and address that. And I think more detailed bits here that I saw were office space, or where we do this and how we do it. And I'm just going to say that I think we need to put a message out here that says we are going to look into these things. We're going to take this 2020 vision plan. We're going to put these motions in play as we see fit, and recommend that council says, okay, HAB, HRC, let's get it done. You guys put these things on our plate and you tell us what to do. And that's always been my vision of our board, is that we're going to actually be, as Jean-Hilaire said, we are going to be creative and forward-looking and innovative. And Danny, I think you were on that one too. So my final piece really strongly is the policing component. And when we had that meeting back in March where we went to the courthouse, I was shocked and dismayed that we had, I believe it was one FTE from the police department, one full-time equivalent that was tasked to engage with the homeless, and another part-time, and that both were from the police department. I think we're seeing it across the country now, obviously, but we can do better here. Boulder can do better. So that's the end of my 2 cents worth. So Mason, and unless Stan, I haven't heard from you yet, do you have anything you want to put in, or can we go to looking at this 2020 vision plan and motions?
Yeah, let me just confirm that what I'm hearing, I'm liking a lot. I'm not adding a lot because you're saying it all. When I read the 2020 vision, that was the first time I started feeling like we were in touch with the problem. And that's taking nothing away from my total agreement with housing first and everything else. But this was the first time that I actually saw some steps that said, let's be realistic about who the people are, what the needs are, and so forth. You know, I've argued for oversight from a whole bunch of reasons, due process as well as others, for ever since I've been on the commission. And so I'm fully supportive of it. Whether tonight we can work out the details, I don't know. I mean, I would prefer to pass it and pass it forward as a set of principles, knowing that there are details that have to be worked out, but I'm very much in favor of taking some stand. And these are very, very nice. This is the kind, I mean, my complaint all along has been that there's so much either or thinking, so much kind of massaging data to support standpoints that we haven't really gotten into the creative innovation part of it. You know, does it have to cost that much? Are we looking at alternative models of funding? Are we looking at alternative models of providing services? Are we going through looking at this thing, not accepting the standard assumptions, but knowing that we're in a special time that requires actually investigating every one of those assumptions? And I really believe the 2020 vision is a really positive step in that direction. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Stan. Jay, and other staff who may have input on this, but I'll direct it to you, Jay, and maybe Clay. Time frame, I just want us to wrap our heads around it to see if there are any alternatives to how we might get this in front of council. So can you just refresh us all on that time frame? I know council's coming up like tomorrow.
So the memo to council is due tomorrow morning because of the holiday. The deadline was pushed up. We basically have a link in the memo that will link to this meeting. Once it's going to take a few days for it to get posted to the website, but it will be available. As we talked about in the chair's meeting, I mean, this is any sort of recommendation really has to come from the larger group, and it sounds like you guys are getting close. So I would encourage you just to keep going and see how how far you can get. And then if you feel like you're not getting there, then I think you're just gonna have to rely on the recording. And then you also have the option individually of contacting council on your own. You just can't represent the full board or commission. That's all. Is that helpful?
Jay, when is their meeting?
July 14th.
14th. Okay.
Okay.
And it's a study session, just to be clear about that. So there's no public testimony. It's basically a staff presentation and then council discussion. And they're not making any decisions, so council doesn't make decisions at study sessions. They can provide direction to staff on additional analysis, though.
So I'm going to tack on right there that if this is something we're considering, and since it is 9:33 this evening, what I'm recommending is that we review the 2020, just kind of running it down quick, and the motions that I had. And then, yes, you're providing the link, but what we can do is, if we agree on the general framework, we're not talking about sussing down or drilling down into anything. If we agree, then what we do is move to make the recommendation of this listed out, and I can just read them down. And if in general, majority of us agree, that recommendation is asking city council to direct staff to take the next steps. So what we would be asking for in the recommendation is for them to take direct staff to take the next steps. And again, if we look at the motion, I can detail that out if that makes sense.
Okay, Danny, you had your hand up a moment ago.
Yeah, and I just basically pairing off what Mason just said, I think the notion of having this, and Jacques, you brought this up too, the notion of having this broad framework right now without getting delving into the details, so we make sure that we have something in front of them to prod this thing forward, and saying we need to start working on those details with staff, with our respective boards, is absolutely the best way to go about it. And the other point that I think that Mason made before that I really think we need to push forward on now too is the fact that a lot of these solutions that we're talking about, a lot of things that are in that master plan, what I love about it, and Mason said, this is stuff that's not the same type of expense, and it's something that can be done in relatively quick fashion if there's good policy, rather than trying to come up with the funding, et cetera, et cetera. Safe parking is a lot more immediate and effective and inexpensive than a lot of these other things. So that's the only thing I'd say is I think we're all on the right page. I want to really try to have the macro vision today so that we can really prod them to give us the opportunities to pare it down to the micro vision later on.
Okay, Art, and then I'm going to come to you, Judy.
Do we group the oversight committee kind of equally with all those recommendations, or do we lift it out a little bit, or at least order it such? Because I really liked what you said before, Mason, about having that oversight committee in place first, and then having all these other things go through that committee.
So what I would suggest here, Art, is that we make the recommendation along with all of these motions so that they get that and start seeding and putting the framework in for the oversight, while they also give staff direction. So it all goes in the one package all together at the same time, and they can make the staff and the oversight. Does that make sense?
Okay, Judy.
So I'm very happy with how this is going. And I do agree that we should provide just the broad strokes right now, but I think we should say in the recommendations that go to council here, that we realize that these are just the broad strokes, and each of our boards are committed to working out more details to each board separately to provide to council on how we feel about this. But I do think what you said, Art, about bringing the oversight board up first, perhaps, and maybe even finding a way of saying this is of the most importance, is valid. And I also think we need to talk about the other 50%, because the devil is in the details. And if the board is 50% people who either are homeless advocates or have had the lived or 50% have had the lived experience in one way or another, if you have the other 50% be people who are city providers who have contracts with the city, they're going to have a certain amount of pressure to want to direct it a different way. And I think maybe we can't decide that right now, but I think we should, that should be one of the things we drill down on.
Okay.
So clarifying question, Judy, are you saying then wait on all the other motions and put forth the recommendation for the oversight first and then wait to the next city council meeting?
No, I just mean top of the list with a note that this is the one we think needs to be addressed first.
Okay. Lindsay, you had something you wanted to add earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
thanks, Jeff.
okay.
Yeah, and I agree with that, putting that at the top of the list, but delivered at the same time. And then the process question, I guess, is this like a good time to suggest things that feel very important and aren't in this plan? Yeah.
I would think so. As we go down, I think maybe make some notes here at the top. So if anybody has anything that they see should be added to this, let's jot some notes down right now. Maybe Jay, you could help us with that and track it a bit. I'll try to do the same here, and then we'll get into it.
My suggestion, I mean, I think one really, like, it seems simple to me, is to do the thing that I first heard Art suggest, which is move the homelessness outreach team from the police department to some other department. And the resources that go along with that.
Okay. Anyone else? Mason?
Okay. So I'm gonna
Sorry.
send a link out to, I don't know if you copied, where's Jay? Jay, did you just copy and paste that over? And you're muted. Can't hear you.
Hold on. Let me see if I can help him. Oh, no, I can't.
Sorry about that. So I'm working on a Word document that I can share, and then guys can wordsmith. So I added the move the hot team out of the police department into a different department.
Out of the police department, I think, is what I'm hearing.
Clarifying question, does that is that related to funding as well, or what
yes.
Is that encompassed in what you're saying? Okay, good. Just clarifying.
I think that's what we were talking about, yeah. Any other additions?
So am I hearing this correct? Like, if we recommend the 2020 vision plan, oversight committee is an element within that because it's all one big plan. Does that make sense? So we're titling it 2020 vision plan, and the oversight is another bubble within that, that would go between coordinated entry and all the others. On the visual, did you see the visual?
I don't have that.
Yeah, where coordinated entry is over and it says all referrals, and then it drops down a portion to the coordinated entry screening. And to me, it seems like all referrals, and then the oversight would sit to the bottom right of the referrals and hit both crosses. It would oversight all programs.
I have a question. Do you think, Mason, that that's something that, in other words, when we present this, do we present it with that structure? that we need to have that in there at this point, or is that something we verbally put into?
Right, I hear you. You know, again, painting with a broad brushstroke.
Right.
Let's just leave the recommendation being moving to adopt the plan. We drag oversight committee up to letter A, so
Yep.
that it's first.
First
And
thing.
then, yep, and then we do path to home, focus on miscellaneous services that include more bathrooms and food services, staff commitment, reopening of faith-based community shelters to serve that 6-month gap where people are dropping out. Again, a broad stroke, increase the number of beds to shelter accommodate need-based. And then the next one can be remove criminalization of camps. I lost my own screen.
Yeah, that's, thanks for putting that up, Jay. And let's make sure we.
Yep, so the next one under F would be to decriminalize. So after F would be decriminalize and pull out, somebody help me with words, but we're pulling out the 2 police officers that do.
We talked about moving outreach from the police department.
Hot team over to.
Yeah, the hot team.
Yep.
Yeah, and the resources that accompany
And the
it.
resources.
And resources.
Does somebody from HRC or anywhere else have a immediate thought or suggestion about where that would go? Or staff? Just if anybody, I don't know the structures that are there in place already, that where that might translate to. And not that we have to answer it now, it was just a question.
Judy.
I felt like it was sort of the sentiment of the group that besides having oversight committee be A, have an additional sentence attached to it that said something like, we consider this the first priority, so that they know it's not just A, one of the list, but that is the one we think needs attention the most, because that'll feed into all the others. And then also I would like a sentence at the top that says, while we plan, while each board and commission, or while HAB and HRC plans to flesh out these ideas, these are the broad strokes of our recommendations, something like that. Whatever anybody wants to put. Danny, you're always good at coming up with the words.
Yes, you are, Danny.
What if we just said move to adopt a draft 2020?
How about we move to recommend the
Recommend, exactly.
Yeah, we move to recommend the 2020 unhoused vision plan with the following inclusions as a broad stroke or starting spot. Move to recommend a draft 2020.
As a working document, and maybe, and that brought me to the next piece. Also,
Wait, sorry, go back. So, broad outline, or do you? What we?
So, what if we said with the following broad-based policies, comma, to be more closely, to be developed in more detail. On an ongoing basis by the respective boards.
Yes!
Danny!
Leave it to Danny.
I don't remember what I said now, so hopefully somebody else does.
Can I capture it?
I can't read it.
Yes,
Read that?
like it.
Last call, Danny.
Okay, good. Yeah.
How's that?
Yes.
I like it.
Here's out, Danny.
Okay.
How is HRC feeling? You guys are quiet over there.
Yeah.
We do have as a broad-based policies. It needs cleaning up, either as broad-based policies or
As
a broad-based policy, or as, yeah.
as
There we
broad-based policies. Yeah.
Okay, so HRC, anyone?
I'm gonna go back to G.
Okay.
I feel like this would be like a more appropriate allocation of resources, but it doesn't achieve the decriminalization of homelessness.
I think that's a really good point, Lindsay. I was just looking at that too. What if we said decriminalize homelessness and move the HOT and associated resources? Because I think those are, you know, two different sides of the same coin.
And we can say specifically what that looks like later in the fine detail planning.
Exactly. Okay.
Does everyone but me know what HOT means?
The homelessness outreach team.
Okay, thanks.
Utrecht.
Utrecht.
Key, lad.
My Dutch.
So in support of that, with the general unhoused plan, we move down and we look at what we're recommending to staff. So we're saying we're recommending that they pilot 2 to 4 sanctioned encampments, optional, sorry, my big screen, optional within the year. And again, something we talked about in HAB early on is our job is to go big in broad strokes and let them kind of suss down to where they want to go. If our recommendation is bigger, and these I think would be where they would say to us, where we could start to divide up and kind of drill down. We can look at Mother House, we can look at all the regional plans, we could look at other programs involved. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes, and one thought that I have maybe in this section here also, when we are, can you scroll up just a little bit? Thanks, that's good. So we move to recommend staff. I'm just being sensitive to the current furloughs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that are going on for staff right now. And so in talking to the commission members who are here and the board members who are here, a suggestion to place in here a very specific wording that our two bodies are going to
do some lifting,
engage with this, and we're looking for support from staff in that effort within their capability at this time. Judy.
Furthermore, I want to ask Jay about this. It's my understanding that our bylaws make it very clear that we don't get to recommend anything to staff. Maybe I'm wrong, but isn't this something we actually want to recommend to council as a recommendation, and they then figure it out with staff? Jay, how does that go?
Yeah, just to clarify, you can't direct city staff as a board, but you can recommend to council that they direct staff.
Right.
That's
as
what
long
we
as the majority of council agrees.
Right.
Yep, that's what we have to get the wording to.
Yeah.
What if we said here, move to recommend that the council direct the HAB, the HRB to work closely with staff to
implement the following.
Implement the following, yeah.
Great.
And you want
How about removing implement and saying study, or so that it
explore.
Good point. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Change implement to study.
I actually object to that. That's the only thing I've objected to so far. I think that's part of it, is studying the best way to do it. But we're not asking it to be studied and then come back like, oh, maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. We want to find out the best way of doing it and do it. I think this is timely and urgent.
I agree with you, Judy, on that. To work with staff to propose and implement, or
work with staff to
study and implement, to get both those pieces in there.
How about promote? Or
elevate?
Catalyze?
I just think we're being namby-pamby here.
Yeah, just
This is something we're all pretty passionate about. And if there's not a way to do it, if the city, that's up to city council, they can go, no, there's no more money. But we're saying this is something we feel very passionately about.
I actually support Judy. Yeah, I think that language is very active, and it doesn't leave a lot of wiggle room for.
You won me over, Judy.
Okay, and I just think real quick.
Once in a meeting, you win me over.
Really quickly, straw poll, thumbs up on this one. We leave it as implement. If you're for leaving it as implement, give me a thumbs up. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Johnny Lair, I don't see a thumb up. Is that a thumb down or? Okay, there you go. I see your hand now. Got it. Okay, so we have a straw poll that says we can leave this as implement. So we'll go with that and leave it there. Thank you, Judy, for keeping our backbones where they belong.
Just a picky thing to implement the following. We've got to.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do need the.
No, no two.
No two.
Oh, thank you.
Mason, will you run us down through those real quick?
Yeah, so pilots, 2 to 4 sanctioned encampments operational within the year. I know last year, I believe it was, Jay, maybe you know as well, that this was a little bit of work has been done around identifying a couple of areas where encampments could go. So that's why looking at 2 to 4 different locations, piloting 2 to 4 safe parking lots with the goal of them in full operation within 1 year, and the appropriate reservations for spaces, data tracking, and on-site access to basic hygiene services. Well, I mean, everybody can read these. Pilot project for 3 tiny home villages with case management, with the goal being operational within a year, investigate leasing entire hotels, and converting unused office space, immediately find a way to restore path to home with Bridge House, creates an unhoused oversight committee to include at least 50% lived experience folks to review housing policy and procedures going forward. And Jay, can you scroll? Updates the single adult house homelessness data dashboard every 30 days to include more data points for the oversight committee deemed necessary. I think we've agreed that the dashboard needs to be updated on a regular basis, and I think there's some data point areas that are missing in that. We can move up the oversight committee if we want to really make sure that that's stressed and in alignment with the ones that are above it. But again, this is broad strokes, and that we would divide them up between our 2 boards and start digging in.
Mm-hmm. Judy?
Oh, I was saying, do we need to put 6 down there since it's already number 1? That was one thing I want to say up above. I'm not sure we need it. I don't want to sound redundant to council. The other thing is, I just want to say Mason and I talked about these specifics a lot, and I did a fair amount of research to show that there are places where these things have been done in 1 year, from concept to people actually living there, having the encampments or whatever. So it's a doable goal.
Yep.
And you all have to decide if you want that erased because it's redundant, or want to leave it in
So a
there.
thumbs up, should we remove 6 here since we have it initially above?
So here's my thoughts about it is like, these are the, Jay, can you scroll up just a little bit so we can see the top portion of it?
Yeah.
So we're saying this is the 2020 plan and this is what we're recommending for adoption, but we're moving to recommend specifics below. So to me, we're just drilling down a little bit more specifically on that oversight committee being 50%. I'm not attached either way if we feel like we want to delete it.
I think that's good. How about if we leave it but add, as stated above, we blah, 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 you know.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So unless anybody has objections to that one, I think we'll leave it there. I have one other thought for this list. I'm loath to make it longer, but I want to just address the funding piece and put out a suggestion that we add a line item that addresses looking into funding sources outside of or in addition to existing city funding, and maybe that's something that some staff could speak to for us and how that might work.
So what I hear you saying is, well, for each one of these projects, it would have the opportunity for different funding things. So like if we did a tiny house project and it was going to house our vets, the access to funding around that is going to be very different than access to funding around an encampment. It
Correct.
seems to me that the funding elements, because we're painting in broad strokes again, would be up to whatever committee took on the sanctioned encampments, took on the safe parking, took on this piece of it. Part of that would be looking at what would we need to do to make that a viable option.
And
that still doesn't negate putting it in there as exploring means of fundraising outside the city resources.
My thought on it is that it's just a nod to council that we recognize the constraints that are both current and coming our way. And we know that in order to do these things that we are going to have to get creative, not only in the concepts that we're trying to push forward, but also in how we're going to make them happen. Danny?
I agree with Jacques. I think it doesn't hurt to just say, seek all alternative funding mechanisms outside of city, in addition to the city budget, to help promote program state or something like that. I think it's a good nod to the fact that we're taking a pragmatic approach to this and we realize the challenges that are ahead. To me, it seems to work.
Okay, can I add then something? It got me thinking, is if we add this broad stroke on financing, we should maybe add one more broad stroke for education for our community, so that this plan, like any other plan that the city's had, has to come with an education element to our general public so that it doesn't get piecemealed down or lambasted before it has a chance to grow some legs and educate our community. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
So maybe those are separate committees on how do we educate our public on the homeless and the action that we're taking. And then we also have this finance piece.
Good.
Issues related to the unhoused and the 2020 vision. So it's got to, we don't want to just,
right.
And this also could be something, that the oversight committee is really involved in, because it would be speaking their truths.
We are at 10 o'clock. I'd like to try to see us push through this.
I think we're close.
15, 20 minutes and have her done. Wrap her up.
Yes,
yeah. So I'm sorry for one thing. This is like, I really want this to look good when we go to council. And can we just go over a couple? Can you scroll back down?
Judy, wait on. Is this kind of general edits, Judy?
It's not editing, it's like punctuation and stuff like
right,
that.
Yeah. So that's what I mean by edits. Can we hold off on that for a second and just make sure we get through the concept piece first, and then we'll roll through it. Okay, thanks. Art.
Regarding the hot team and stuff like that, I think it's more than that, but I don't know what the other examples will be. So I was trying to work on some other wording. I don't know if this is close. But the thing I drafted up was something like this, and then maybe Danny can come up with a better version. Take steps to decriminalize homelessness and affect the perception of homelessness as a criminal issue by preferring services over penalties and social services over police enforcement. That's what I'm trying to get at, but I could use some wordsmithing there.
You spoke way too fast for me.
I said, okay, take steps to decriminalize homelessness and affect and affect the perception of homelessness as a criminal issue. By preferring services over penalties and social services over police enforcement. It's not great, but I was just trying to get the concept down.
How about if we said, so before you type, Jay, let me just dispel the perception of homelessness as a criminal issue by preferring services over penalties and policing, right?
Yeah.
I like to spell.
And change preferring to resourcing.
Wait, sorry.
Sorry.
At the very beginning, take steps to decriminalize. We're going to dispel.
Dispel, right? Just say dispel. So it should just say dispel the perception. So we'll make it a lot less wordy. So dispel will be the first word in the sentence. Dispel the perception of homelessness as a criminal issue by, instead of preferring resourcing, right? Is that what you said?
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Resourcing services over penalties and social services over police action.
So take out preferring and make that resourcing.
And I'd say, so just put a period after department and then just a capital D. This could just be a 2-sentence bullet point. And it ties in the whole concept. And Art, I do like that way because it is more than just moving that over. It ties in the whole concept of what we're trying to say there.
It's good.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
And let's remove new from between 7 and 8.
Okay.
Do we need language for 10?
You mean finance wasn't enough?
They'll get it.
Complete sentence.
Poor Jay, man.
Explore.
What do I have in complete sentence where?
Finance, 10.
I was just making a joke.
Jacques
Sorry.
didn't quite catch what Jacques was trying to say about finance. I just wanted to make sure we came back to it.
So what I'm trying to put in here as a nod to our current situation is that we will explore
Alternative and creative.
alternative finance options outside of the existing or in addition to the existing city.
In addition to.
Yeah, in addition to instead of outside. And someone who's more familiar with the budgeting aspects of how the city's working, in addition to what? Current funding sources? There you go.
All right, that's good. We could just leave it that for us.
Yeah, I think that's fine from my perspective to be broad. Okay, last shot before we lose anybody else from the screen here. For any other content shifts, and then we'll move back to Judy's and my concerns and others' concerns with punctuation and edits. Grammatic and punctuation edits. Create, yep, thank you.
Yeah, capitals for all of them. I do think we had talked about, and there seemed to be agreement that things we say down at the bottom that's up on top, even though we're keeping it, we should say at the end as above, or more specifically from above, or something like that, so that they don't think, God, those people were so untogether, they put the same thing twice.
Tell me which ones you want to do that with, Judy.
Um,
I'd probably just put it right in the beginning and move. What if we said, as broadly discussed above, comma, move to recommend, then we don't have to worry about.
Great.
Uh-oh.
Thank you.
God, I love you, Danny.
Okay, and then updates should be update on number 7.
Yep.
I keep trying to scroll up the.
I know, me too.
Go back up. You want to start at the top?
Yeah.
Okay.
Capitalized draft or no? Who's better than I am at this? Above first line where we have draft 2020.
Yeah.
It should be just capitalized.
Draft. Yeah.
At the end, when it's of that first sentence, when it says inclusions, do we want a colon instead of the 3 dots?
Yes.
Yep. I would suggest that we change policies in line 1 to as broad-based policy. As a draft vision plan would be the policy.
As a broad-based policy, yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, say that again. Where are you?
Should be vision plan as a broad-based policy.
Nope. Nope.
Should B be like restore path to
Yeah.
home ending? Okay. And then lose the to continue at the end of B.
Reopening? Reopen?
Yeah.
Shelters and services, just plural for shelter after community, faith-based community shelters and services.
Yeah.
Do you want to start D with a verb?
Yeah.
I would just commit to current data and maybe something like that.
Yes.
Yep.
Commit staff to.
I don't think you have to specify staff.
Okay.
I think the point is we want to have current data.
In addition, yeah. Good.
It's where on E where it says shelters and services for first 6 months. I'm just looking for understanding of the first, from what point or.
Yeah, so where that came from was we've created a barrier to coordinated entry, saying that they have to live here for the first 6 months. So what we're suggesting is that gap that's been created for people to have shelter would be available through faith-based community shelter service opportunities to explore that piece again.
So just the first 6 months of in support of coordinated entry, right? So it's all there. Just spell it out. So for the first 6 months, and then yeah.
Okay, great, thanks.
For C, do we have better wording than miscellaneous? Lacking services, essential services.
Essential, additional, yep.
Which would you like?
Essentials, good.
Essential.
Okay, I like that. I think the second part's in good shape. I can't scroll down.
Are you guys done with energy?
Yeah, you killed it.
F. just a simplification, increase the number of beds at the shelter to accommodate need or the need.
Okay. We can put a period after every single one because they're a complete sentence.
Your wish is my command, Judy.
Thank you.
When we're talking about the need, do we want to include the discussion on the cold weather shelters, severe weather, of keeping them open?
Ah. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Do we incorporate that with F or totally on its own?
I think with F, right? Because isn't that part of?
I think with
Either way.
Including.
Does that capture it?
I like it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's really the rules around the opening of the shelters is the issue, right?
Yes.
And so,
It shouldn't be begging to have the shelter open during a, what was it, a something bomb? What was
Oh,
our
yeah.
Bomb cyclone.
Yeah, bomb
it's
cyclone.
continuing the opening of severe weather shelters without condition.
How about this adding availability?
Mm-hmm.
Does that work for people? Just to keep it as simple as possible.
Yeah, I just want to get rid of the 32 degrees.
right. And then, is it the case then that all of the beds are going to be, like in this better scenario we're building, all the beds are going to be at the shelter, or are there going to be some at the faith base?
Yeah, that's good to eliminate at the shelter.
Yep.
And also maybe at the end to say, including something about increasing the days for severe weather sheltering or something like that.
Maybe expanding the.
How about increase the number and availability of beds throughout the city to accommodate the need, including
Zero barrier to severe weather sheltering.
including expansion of eligibility for severe weather sheltering. How's that?
Say it again.
Including expansion of eligibility for severe weather sheltering. Eligibility or availability too.
Yeah, availability.
For severe weather sheltering.
Does that make it clear enough that we want the days expanded or not to matter?
I mean, if I were saying it, I would say October to April is severe weather, period.
Well, the question is, do you want to get into that level of detail with this document?
Right.
Right.
Yeah. I don't need it. I mean, I think we need to get the discussion going and they'll know what that's about.
Yeah. Yeah, we can add that detail as we move forward with it, maybe.
Yeah.
Is it focusing on essential services or providing? Should we say provide essential services?
Yes, that's good.
And rather than to include, I'd follow the format we just did on the last bullet and say including.
Yeah.
Proverbs.
Golly, we're going to win a Pulitzer Prize for
Proverbs active.
good writing. There has to be a comma after services, sorry. Provide essential services, comma, including.
Yep.
Combined, we are the Grammar Advisory Board.
I know.
There's some very dedicated members of the public hanging with us while we edit this document.
Oh, there? Wow.
There are oversight committee.
Our grammar oversight.
Ooh, we might be just about there. Can we see down below again?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Looks good.
Yeah.
Is
Roll up.
sanctioned, should that be capitalized? Is that like, are we treating that as a proper noun, or?
Which one?
Number 1, sanctioned. Pilot 2 to 4, sanctioned encampments.
Ah.
Yeah,
Where's
also
it?
safe
It should,
parking.
yes, not, yeah. Safe parking is the name. It should stay capital.
That's it, okay.
Yeah.
Safe and parking can stay capital.
So I have one thing to add in here too. It was just pointed out by somebody on the county side of it. Yeah, I know that we're kind of thinking a little bit here on the Boulder, but this is also part of potentially countywide initiatives as well. So we've got Mother's House, who's also doing funding, and I think we need to talk about some family initiatives. So I don't know how we would build that in on this, but I think maybe an additional number that says something to the effect of promoting, sustaining, supporting the countywide initiatives along with this, or integrating county. Does anybody see where I'm going with that, and see how we could?
You could just say integrate policies with county initiatives if we want.
Because I know that, like
Yeah.
we were saying, Mother House just got their funding, but in 1 year, that's going to be in question as well. So considering these as we move forward, because again, those are all gap measures that help this program, this vision.
And this would be a number 11 here is the suggestion.
Yeah.
How about integrate 2020 vision with county-oriented initiatives?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did I capture that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's sufficient.
Oh my
Little
God.
nitpicking is, I think above 2020 vision, it has the slash in between, and here it doesn't. So
Yes, it's
I
2020.
know Mason has that trademarked, right? So.
No, it's 20-20 or 20/20 unhoused vision. Right, there's that too. Unhoused.
Sorry, it's an unhoused vision?
Unhoused vision.
Plan.
Got it.
Awesome. That way we're keeping also one eye on the bigger picture as well.
So moved.
Yeah. That feels awesome, you guys.
Yeah.
Thanks for doing all the hard work before the meeting.
Yeah.
Seriously,
Well,
amazing.
thanks for reading it last minute. I was like, wow, I really suck sending this out last minute.
Now, a question for you, Jay. As soon as you're done with that, I'll give you a moment.
That's fine, I'm done.
Okay. So we have a joint meeting here. We are trying to put out a joint recommendation.
Yep.
How do we handle that technically? I think that we have a quorum from HAB still on the screen, it looks like.
Yep.
Does each board committee approve it individually then?
No, I would say it sounds like there's full agreement that basically you just have a straw poll or take a vote. And then I would recommend that the two chairs transmit it directly to council. You could write a cover letter. I would keep it very brief.
Yep.
I would not recommend wordsmithing or writing it as a group, but delegating that to the two chairs to communicate that, just to avoid all the sunshine issues. So does that sound?
Yeah.
If we could present this as a unanimously approved and adopted resolution from both boards at the joint meeting and articulate it that way, I think it carries the most weight.
Definitely.
I would second having both chairs say the exact same thing when we say
I'm thinking Jay was suggesting a joint letter, and
Yeah.
it's one. So between two members, Lindsay and myself will craft a cover letter, and we'll both sign it as acting or interim chairs or whatever the heck we are in the time of COVID.
COVID chair.
COVID chair. And then we'll send it on.
Did you say we could do one motion, 1 second as an entire group, or we had to do that separately?
No, one group. I think.
One. Could I ask if the newest members want to do the first and second on it?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Charlotte, that's you, and Jean.
Is Jean Hilaire still with us?
Hiya. Hello. I'm so sorry. I could not find my button.
That's if you guys agree, and if you're going to dissent from it, then obviously that's, you know.
No, I totally agree. This is fantastic.
So Charlotte, do you know how to make a motion?
Nope. I do not know how to do that.
Go ahead, Mason.
Yeah, well, Charlotte, what you would say is, and correct me, you guys, if I've got this wrong, but I move to adopt the recommendation by HRC and HAB to move this to City Council.
Do I need to make that motion? It's yours.
Yeah, we're offering to have the new people make the motion in the second.
Great. Well, absolutely. I move to that HAB and HRC adopt this resolution, and that the chairs forward it to council for review.
And Jean Hilaire, if you would like to second it, that's basically all you have to say. If you're still there, you're muted though.
I've asked him to unmute. We'll see if it works.
Maybe a young children going to bed kind of thing.
Could be.
I think they went to sleep 2 hours ago.
I think I can, let me. Oh, he's there.
He's unmuted.
He's unmuted.
Hey, sorry, I'm not. I was in the room. I had to work out.
So you just have to say, I second that motion.
I second that motion.
Okay.
All right then.
All in
Lindsay, I guess you and I will do this in concert.
All in favor? All in favor?
All in favor of this?
Aye.
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 Give a thumbs up for a visual. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Was Clay unanimous? I didn't see your thumb. Clay, were you up? Can't hear you. Okay, great.
So that motion passes unanimously to pass this recommendation from HAB and HRC to council. Good work, everybody.
Excellent work. And then what is our timeline, Chuck?
So I think we should get this, Jay, correct me if I'm wrong, but we should get this to council before the 14th, right? Ideally as soon as possible.
By the 10th, I wouldn't do it too soon in advance.
Okay.
By the 10th. Aim for the 10th.
Aim for the 10th then. So we'll aim for the 10th on that.
Okay. Great. And then I have one thing to interject before we all sign off. Someone messaged me. I broke the rule about chatting. They said that they have experienced chronic homelessness before, missed the public comment, and wonder if we can grant them 3 minutes before we sign off.
I think I just look for a quick straw poll.
Sure.
Cool.
I can take 3 more minutes.
Me
Okay.
too. Jennifer, you're still there?
Let me unmute. Ask Jennifer to unmute.
Thanks, you all.
Jennifer, you should be, there you go.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak, and my apologies for being late. I don't really have anything rehearsed, and I did miss a big portion of this meeting. My name is Jennifer Livovich, and I was previously chronically homeless in Boulder for roughly 4 years. I'm a very non-traditional student at CSU, and much of my focus and studies is driven by my time spent homelessness. I'm not going to write a resume about myself, but some of the things that you have talked about here that I've been able to catch, things such as the HOT team. I have earned my peer mentor training, which is the SAMHSA core-based curriculum. And though I haven't been offered a job necessarily to work with the HOT team, I have had some officers say, it sounds like you should be working with Paddock, and my answer is always that I would absolutely never do that. It's not that I am not a fan of Officer Paddock or of the police necessarily, but my established community trust is an asset, and for me to be walking and working alongside a police force that has notoriously criminalized the homeless population, which is a population I'm still very connected to, would have a negative impact on my community trust. So I'm all for outreach being done by another provider. I also would like to take the time to plug peer mentoring positions, which is an umbrella term for peer specialists, peer navigators. There is a curriculum training involved, but they're very cost effective, and they've been proven very effective in areas of mental health, and they're expanding within areas within homelessness, the criminal justice system, as well as housing. One of the other things I wanted to touch base on quickly is I have been doing my own outreach in the community for the past 2 years with the donation initiative I refer to as Save a Toe. And I had frostbite when I was in homelessness. The socks are one of the least donated items. And so I found creating this donation initiative and focusing on weather appropriate socks was a way of giving back to my community in a healthy way. It also allowed me to reestablish myself within this community I was very much a part of. Am I out of time?
That is time. It's up to the chairs.
Pardon me?
That was 3 minutes, but you can
Okay,
you
well,
can
I
what
just
you were saying.
real quickly.
Yeah.
Since I'm out in the community, I have the privilege of walking into encampments and in other areas, social service roles may not feel comfortable or certainly would not be welcome. And I can tell you that the latest point in time count for unsheltered population here within the county is largely underrepresented. I can think of 50 people off the top of my head as I sit here who are off the grid. So that's another thing I wanted to throw in. And then lastly, I am available and eager to be a part of discussions and be part of a better solutions to more effective services for the homeless. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Jennifer. I know I said we were going to be done 10 minutes ago. However, to wrap up and a quick debrief, but one thing before the debrief, just for HRC, and I don't know, Jay, if we would need to do this now during the meeting, and for HAB, should we put together 2 people from each board who will coordinate together to help move this forward so that we have something in place to actually get this rolling and keep some focus going? Thoughts on that, Lindsay?
Jay's reduced to just a blackboard.
Jay is.
I don't know, it's up to you. I mean, basically you have to wait for council's reaction, but you could be proactive and assign people. Yeah, I mean, that'd be fine.
I think we would just take, maybe my suggestion would be volunteers for effectively what would be a subcommittee on HAB side. And that way we are ready to go and we can start things moving. So I see Mason on HAB side, Judy on HAB side. Are you guys good to work together on this one?
We worked really well these past couple days. What do you think?
All right, let's keep that rolling.
Changes in 2020.
Okay,
If
so
somebody else wants to, that's fine too. But also, Jacques and Lindsay, can you send out to all of us what we agreed on today too?
yeah, Jay's already sent that to me, and I will send that out to everybody on HAB. Lindsay, you can do it to everybody on HRC, I assume.
I copied everybody on HAB and HRC, so you should all have it in your inboxes.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you, Jay.
Wow.
Lindsay, do you want to do something similar on your side? And then we can join those two groups?
Volunteers?
I'll volunteer.
Jean Hilaire?
Yes.
I volunteer Stan.
Stan, do you accept? Uh-oh, we can't hear you.
He said yes.
Okay.
If you're not able to unmute yourself, you can't do it, right?
On this day and age. Effectively, yes.
I'm going to make the assumption that everybody can get together between those volunteers. Yes. Mason.
I was just waiting for you to say debrief so I could say something.
I was just about to say after that, then we can debrief. So if anybody has anything that they'd like to just put on the table for how things went tonight and perceptions. Mason.
I just have to say personally that hands down, this was one of the most productive and heartfelt meetings that I think I've been a part of since being in HAB. We've done some really great stuff with listening sessions and other things, but to have us all be on the same page and be bold was pretty powerful. And it's nice to have a win in that category, that feeling of everybody being together and moving in that direction. So I appreciate all of you and thank you for working through this process and sticking in so late.
Agree.
Judy?
I also just want to say, I couldn't agree more. I was shocked that this was so good. And I also want to say it's nice to meet the new people from HRC, the people from HRC that I hadn't met before. And it's really fun to see everyone on our HAB board again.
Danny? Or that's just okay. Anybody else? My little piece, I am going to mirror what I just heard from Mason. And I do think that I'm really hoping that this is a model for us going forward to start actually taking action on this board and get some things done, be innovative, and stop waiting for suggestion, but rather put suggestions out there that can then be looked at, considered, and move forward. So thank you guys all. Lindsay, thanks for co-hosting on this. And yeah.
I move to adjourn.
I am going.
I want to thank everybody from staff for sticking around.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you. And I wanted to thank Sarah 2 hours prior to us. I know she was already on and with planning board stuff, I believe, and you stuck it out with us. Thank you, Sarah. Nice to see you. And okay, with that said, Lindsay, if you approve, we shall adjourn.
I approve.
The July 26th HRC HAB joint meeting.
Thank you, everyone.
Everybody. Sleep well.
Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye all.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night.